Are we live? I said, are we live? Waiting on the PC. I'm waiting on YouTube. Come on. All right, there's the notification, and we are live. All right, y'all. Welcome to this edition, the Wednesday edition of the Minister Brother Derrick Show. Now, you see I got a shirt on, but I don't have a tie because this is Bible study, but also Congress is voting on a stimulus package to the people that need help. Also, we're going to look at the count for our country. We're going to look at that. So it's a lot of things in one. So I made this gift for y'all, and let's get started. Give people a chance to get in here.
Yo, this Bro Daryl, the Woman Show, coming at you with a remix. I know this is something you can get with.
Hey, Brian. Welcome to the show.
Cash. We all want to be wealthy. Here comes my intro. Yo, when it comes to women, I'm selfish. I don't want to share them. I want to be rich so I can own a harem. Most brothers can't satisfy one. Shucks, give me 5 and I'll make them all come. Shoot, give me 6 or 7 and I'll be in heaven. But ain't nobody in this world wants to give me nothing. To get something, you have to earn it or take it. The ends justify the means, so take it any way you can get it. Don't sweat how, just get it. I want to die in Baltimore, but not poor. I want to be chilling with my minions on the eastern shore or the suburbs of DC. Yo, nod your head if you're feeling me. I don't want an apartment or a regular home. I want 5 acres so my seed can roam the prairie. And I can have parties and mad cookouts. See, that's what I'm talking about. Some say I'm never satisfied. That's true, but you can always be better. So realize, wake up and smell the coffee. Don't get that man joke off me. I refuse to labor all my life and I broke. That's not a joke, but that's the lifestyle of my black folks. Hey, Naya. Talent, and that's my guarantee. You got to have smart, a lot of heart, and that describes me. Yo, I want to make $1 million, have money spending, God willing, I'm going to make it. And no man, no government, or army is ever going to take it. Yo, I ain't trying to front. Money is what I want. I want to be rich, so when I come outside, I see oak trees, not bottles, bums, and bags of debris.
Yo, I need to make $1 million.
I know y'all feeling this. Yo, if you ain't down, you can't get with this. Check out this hit. Check out the rhymes I spit. I'm setting it off, doing my own thing, blasting off. I'm my own boss. I want to make $1 million and be filthy rich. I want gold, I want to roll, but I'm not willing to sell my soul. I can't throw a football, don't possess the height to dunk. Can't box like Tyson, but I ain't no punk. I want to be iced down, surrounded by girls. I want to change the world. Be a community activist on a nationwide level. How I advise to keep me out of trouble because it follows me wherever I go, because when a road grows, I will try to slow down. A brother who reaching for the stars, I want it all. A mansion, a business, and fancy cars, once for each day of the week, with the tinted windows so you hoes and bros can't peek. And who I'm riding with, I'll be flipping off the cops. I be talking picking faces, the Alps and Jamaica be the faces. I visit for vacation. I want a maid and a butler to be my personal slave. And I will be for those who need help. When I get rich, I won't keep it all to myself. Yo, I need to make $1 million, have money spilling, God willing, I'm gonna make it. And no man, no government, army will ever take it. Yo, I ain't trying to front.
Cash money
is what I want. I'm trying to get rich, yo. When I come outside, I wanna see oak trees,
not bottles, bums, and bags of debris. Yo, I need to make $1 million. Come on, Congress. I'll take my 200.
Yo, I want to be rich so I can hit every bit in the lane. I want to find a cure for AIDS so I can stay laid. Brothers want to stay paid, but I want to be wealthy with no financial worries. I want to be buried in a tomb near a lagoon or pond. I wish I had a magic wand, and with one wave, my troubles would be gone. And no one close to me would ever shed a tear. 1970 was a good year, I know, because that's the year I was born. I'm out in dark, which is the device that drove all our money maker. That wasn't that nice, so I was destined to have came right from the start. And when my mom died, you know it broke my heart, cause I was barely paying the rent. So now my time is spent spotting, scheming, and dreaming of hitting it big.
One plan after another. So for me, my family, and my mother,
yo, I need to make $1 million. what I'm talking about, yo. I ain't trying to die broke. You know what I'm saying? So check it out, yo.
I need to make $1 million, have money spreading, God willing.
I'm gonna make it, and no man, no army or government is ever gonna take it.
Yo, I ain't trying to front, cash money
is what I want. I wanna be rich, so when I come outside, I can see
oak trees, not bottles, bumps, and bags of debris.
You know what I'm saying? That city like,
yeah, I need to make $1 million. All right, come on with it now. Rodero.
I don't wanna die poor in Baltimore. I want a mansion on the eastern shore or Ocean City. Have me a nice beach house so I can invite everyone over and we can get down. Pound for pound, I'll take
Brother Dark, the one-man show.
Whatever.
Come on.
I just need $1 million. Bro, there with a one-man show with a remix. I'm gonna let this play out. You in the back of the camera, you know your head to this. I'm out.
Now let's switch it up.
Welcome to the Minister Brother Derrick Show. And I am Minister Brother Derrick.
Let's
I just want to say that I love Jesus. And that's the title of this song. I love you, Jesus. We'll follow you wherever you lead us. I love you, Jesus. Don't let the devil deceive us. Can't get enough. I love my Jesus. But people say to keep it real. But here's the deal. If you're not saved, you're missing out. If you're not born again, your future is in doubt. Your body wasn't made to last. When your time comes, it will be reduced to ash. Your flesh will rot, but your life will not. You know your soul will go on forever, so you better realize that you need God or you will be surprised by the pain of a flame that never goes out. The pits of hell, where the heat swells up, there's no relief. Not for a moment of peace. The agony and cries never cease. And someone in the background singing, burn, baby, burn. This isn't normal. Burn, baby, burn. I'm gonna walk in inferno. But seriously though, this will happen. If Jesus come back and find you now, see, no one knows the time of day. But if you follow the word, it won't matter anyway. Because in heaven, no one will ever be sick or shed a tear. So in this realm, I show no fear. What you gonna do? Kill me? Make me a martyr? Give me a head start? Put me on the fast track? So keep macking, keep stacking, keep on shacking up. Don't get caught napping, you and niggas up.
Jesus.
And I just want to say, I love you, Jesus. Follow you wherever you lead us. I love you, Jesus. Don't let that devil deceive us. I love you, Jesus. If you think that witnessing to your neighbors is weird, think of foreign countries with statues of idols are revered. Nations of people who don't know God, only biblical concepts like a Alabama love. Most Americans believe in one Lord, one superior being. Christians should be born of souls by the million, but we spend our time fulfilling the desires of our flesh. We won't give Jesus our best effort, but we ask for blessings that we don't deserve. And you wonder why our prayers are not heard. In church, you put down those you really admire. You know you have a desire to make that easy money, drive the fancy car, you feel like a Jesus. Don't let the devil deceive us. I love you, Jesus. We'll follow you wherever you lead us. Let the Holy Spirit lead us. And one more time. I love you, Jesus. All right, y'all, let's get it. Let's get to the Bible study. The Minister, Brother Derrick Show. Let's get it. Welcome to the Minister, Brother Derrick Show.
One more song and we'll start. This is supposed to be Bible study, but the virus is really taking everything over. So one more song and then we'll start. Oh, Lord, don't tell me I started with that. Oh, man, how you make that mistake? They're on Windows Media Player. Let me close it. Now I closed you, so that's it. Nope, it's still here. Thank you. I don't know why we getting an exception on the Windows Media Player. I don't know why. So let's get it.
Welcome to the Sunday sermon, everyone. This is Brother Derrick, Minister Brother Derrick. And, you know, I want to talk to you. And I want to tell you things that you can use and things that'll get you to have a connection with Jesus and God. So I wrote this. So I hope y'all enjoy it. So let's get to it.
How do I pause you?
St. John wrote that Satan accuses us believers before God day and night. The Lord depends on us to do what is right. But our flesh is not tough enough to stand alone. We lean on Jesus so that we're no longer prone. See, if you're slack, you're vulnerable to attack. In many ways, men today are enslaved to the greediness of his flesh. Money, women, and cars. Sports, pornography, and bars. But these are things that God hates. So he separates and chastises us till we change our ways, humble ourselves and pray. Remember, the house on the hill, you can't take it with you.
You just finished dinner?
That caddy with the grill, you can't take it with you. Those stocking dollar bills, you can't take it with you. Only your heart, your thoughts, and your attitude will prove your place in heaven or the fires of hell. I wish you peace, and I wish you well. It doesn't matter if you're rich or poor, your creed or race. My belief in Jesus will all go to the same place. And that's good to know that God loves us all, black and white, short or tall. He only asks us to be more like him. Then you won't want to sin. Let God into your heart and make a fresh start. You have a clean slate. Jesus' blood makes you pure in God's eyes. So stay vigilant and keep the evil at this world at a distance. Ignore the devil's resistance. Keep hoping that you slip. He chips away at your face and strips away from God's grace. But when to Jesus, he'll mediate on your behalf. The devil has many demons on his staff. Scouting, shouting things in your ear. Chipping away at your self-esteem while you daydream. So be alert. Then go to the Father and tell Satan and his armies, man, don't even bother. But I say this. That house on the hill, you can't take it with you. That caddy with the grill, you can't take it with you. Those stocking dollar bills, you can't take it with you. Only your heart, your thoughts, and your attitude will prove your place in heaven or the fires of hell. I wish you peace. I wish you well. It doesn't matter if you're rich or poor, your creed or race. By believing in Jesus, we're all going to the same place. People are talking about struggling, saying life is hard, rough, you got to be tough. But there's nothing harder than standing up to God. Evil is rampant. Even in our nation today, morality is gone. That's why our society says no right or wrong. Fulfill your wants. Go along with the crowd. Fulfill the wrath of that tongue. This country's going to hell in a basket, no a casket. And if you speak, you're labeled a fanatic, a Bible quoting, scripture quoting do-gooder who's living in a fantasy world. this is a new theme song for our Sunday sermon in the Bible study. Peace, everybody. Much love to you.
All righty, everybody. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. We doing a co-show today. Today is Wednesday and it's Bible study day. But we are at war. There is a virus that's trying to get each and every one of us on our knees. Some people will get it and it's just like having the flu. Some people get it and wind up in the ER. Some people get it and die. This is nothing to play with. To the people out there that say, well, it's only in New York, and it's only in Italy, and it's only in China. No, it's here. In New York is the financial epicenter of this country. Almost everybody from another state, if you want to make money, you got to go to New York. If that's the place that has the most cases, eventually we're all going to get it. So, and it's only in New York. Okay. We're going to look at the list. Because I remember this time last week, my state only had 20 cases. As of last night, they got 300. So it's not going away. And as more and more people are getting tested and the tests are becoming available, you're starting to see more cases come up. Now, with all the coverage, with everything that's going on in Italy and China, you figure us smart Americans. But if you look around the world, the places that's not third world, that's where it's growing the most. Let that marinate for a second. It's hardly any in Africa. Why is there so many cases in countries that are not considered third world? Why is Italy and Europe and China, the United States, Canada, it's not even that bad in Mexico? But us civilized, supposed people, we don't have the sense to stay inside the house, to stop coming together in communion. We supposed to be civilized, but we don't have the sense to stay away from other people. This stimulus package is needed so that people can afford to stay home. You don't need to go get on that subway. You don't need to get on that MTA bus. You don't need to get on that light rail, that MARC train. No, you do not. Because what you're doing is you're spreading the disease or you're catching it from somebody else on the train. So if you are doing these things when you know we have an epidemic, you're being selfish and you're being stubborn. Because what good is money if you're dead? People in D.C. are going out to go look at the cherry blossoms are in season. Let's all come together. And they picked up new cases. People still going to Ocean City. It's not even summertime yet. Why are you worried about Ocean City? We got the whole summer to go out there to the beach and lounge around in the sand and play volleyball and all that other crap. But we had a day that was 72 degrees. What do you think people were doing? They was out at the beach. Having a good old time. And we picked up 100 cases that day. People are not taking this seriously. I don't know, Naya, because it seems like every day they don't get better. The numbers get worse. And the fact that the places that's not an epicenter, the places where people are not making money. Those are the places that got no cases or low cases. But the places where people can go make money and do business, these are the places where it's blowing up at. Let's take a look at today's count. I haven't seen it. So let's take a look. If I'm correct, wasn't we at 55,000 yesterday? Let's go take a look. I got the link right here. We up to 64,832. Last updated March 25th. That's today, right? For the whole country, 64,832 cases. For the whole country, 913 deaths. That's 913 people dead. Because you want to keep going to the bar. Because you want to go to parties. Because you can't control your sex urge. And you got to go to the club and see who you can pick up. Out of these 64,832, only 393 have recovered. So why is the president talking about, yeah, well, we're going to stop all this? How? But let's look state by state. New York City, they up to 30,000. They picked up 4,463 cases today. They picked up. So all that stuff Governor Cuomo doing ain't doing a bit of good, because the people still are rising. They up to 30,000. They up to almost 31,000 people infected. 285 people have died in New York. 14 people died in New York today. The state of New York, 14 Americans died today. But this is a joke. What's next to New York? New Jersey. New Jersey has 4,402 cases. How many cases did New Jersey pick up today? 727 new cases today. 62 people have died so far. 18 died today. More people died in New Jersey than died in New York. Now they right next to New York, but New York got, how many times 4 going to 30? 4 times 8 is 32. So 7 times more people have it in New York, but 4 more people died in New Jersey today. How many will die tomorrow? California. Hollywood. Another place to make money. They got 2,853 cases. 287 new cases today. So people in Hollywood ain't that smart. Or San Francisco. They picked up 287 cases just today. Total deaths, 64. 13 people died in California today. Now look at the state of Washington, where they said it started at. I don't know if y'all remember, but we showed a clip where the guy out of Seattle, ain't Seattle in Washington? He said that they went down to, Miami? And they had, I won't say what gender, but they had a party down there from all over the country. Now they said it started in Washington. But my question is, this is the second or third day in a row we have no new cases in Washington. But they've lost 123 people, none today, But this is the third day in a row they haven't had any new cases. So what are they doing in Washington that California, New Jersey, and New York not doing? I don't know. Maybe they stand in the house. Michigan, 2,295 cases. They added 504 new cases today. 504. 43 deaths, 19 people in Michigan died today. 19 people. That's the highest so far for the daily count. Illinois, another big money place. Well, not anymore. It used to be. 1,865 total cases. 330 new cases. 19 deaths, 3 today. Massachusetts. Y'all know when I left out of here, I went to Law Conway's live stream. I went to make sure that her and Robbie was okay because they live in Boston, which is in the state of Massachusetts. They got 1,838 cases, 679 new cases today. 15 deaths, 4 of them were today. Louisiana, 1,795. They have 407 new cases today. 65 deaths, 19 people died today. So far, Michigan and Louisiana had 19 people die in each state today. That's the highest. That's higher than New York. And New York got 30,000 cases. Neither one of these states have 2. Well, excuse me, Michigan has almost 2,300. Florida, 1,682 cases. They picked up 215 today. That means they still going to the beach. 22 deaths, 2 died today. Georgia, 1,247. New cases, 150. Total deaths, 40. 2 deaths today. What y'all not understanding, what I'm saying is, every time you see new cases, you got to tack on another 2 weeks because these new cases, these people have to be cleared. Now they say you can carry it for 37 days, but they saying 2 weeks. So every time we get a new case, you got to move your deadline down 2 weeks. So why is he saying Easter? Why is the president saying Easter? Every time we get a new case, you got to move that date down because you got to account 2 weeks for these people to either recover or die. Y'all understand what I'm saying? You have to allow. You have to keep tacking on 2 weeks. Every time you get a new case, you got to tack on 2 more weeks. Because you don't know, are these new cases? Because if y'all notice, the active cases, they not going down. So that means they new. A lot of these states, the active cases ain't going down. The people are not recovering like that. So how you doing, Liz? So they must keep reinfecting each other. So why does man keep saying, well, you only need 14 days? If we get new cases every day, you got to tack on 14 days. And why are we getting so many new cases? Is it because the people weren't tested? If they weren't tested, that means they've been infecting people the whole time. So you got to add 2 weeks on because people who haven't even got the symptoms yet have not come forward for testing. People who are not showing any symptoms have not come forward for testing. So every time you get a new case, you got to tack on 2 weeks for everybody they may have infected before they felt symptoms enough for them to come inside and get tested. Y'all understand what I'm saying? This is what I don't get. If I'm wrong, somebody tell me I'm wrong. Where was we? Georgia, 1,247 cases. They got 150 new cases today. 40 people have died, 2 today. Y'all noticing there's a whole lot of reds on this screen. I know y'all noticing when we first started, there wasn't that many red blocks. Now you seeing them. Pennsylvania, 1,127. They picked up 276 new cases today. 11 deaths, 4 people died in Pennsylvania today. Texas, 1,105. They picked up 82 cases today. They've had 14 deaths, 2 people died today. Colorado, 912, no new cases. 11 have died, none today. Keep it up, Colorado. Tennessee, 906 cases. 133 today. They've had 3 deaths, 1 died today. Let me make sure nobody didn't send me a message. No, that's Medicare or something. Connecticut, 875 cases. 257 new cases. 19 deaths, 7 people died in the state of Connecticut today. 7 Americans. Ohio, 704 cases total. 140 new cases today. 11 people have died, 3 of them today. So it's 3 funerals being planned today. Wisconsin, 585 total cases. New cases, 128. Total deaths, 6. 1 died today. North Carolina, they got their first deaths today. 567 total. 69 new cases today. 2 people have died, and they both died today. This is the first time they've had a death. Indiana, 477. 112 new cases. 14 total deaths. 2 were today. South Carolina, where you at, the driver? Come check in. Let us know you all right, buddy. 424. 82 new cases today. 7 deaths. 2 of them were today. My state. Look at this, y'all. This time last week, we had 20 cases. Now look at us. 423. We picked up 74 new cases today, and we still holding at 4 deaths. Arizona, 401 cases. 75 new cases today. 6 deaths, 1 was today. Virginia, 391 total cases. 101 was today. 9 deaths, 2 people died today. Mississippi, 377 total cases. 57 new cases. 2 deaths and 1 was today. Missouri, 356 cases. They picked up 86. 8 total deaths, none today. Utah, 346. They picked up 48 new cases today. 1 death, none today. Nevada, 321. They picked up 43 cases. I thought the governor said he was locking Nevada down. They ain't locking it down. They're going to make their money. 6 deaths, 2 of them today. Minnesota, 287. They picked up 25 cases. 1 total death. Alabama, 283. They picked up 41 cases. No deaths. Arkansas, 280. They picked up 48 cases. 2 deaths, none today for the past 3 states. Oregon, 209. No new cases, 5 deaths. District of Columbia, 2nd day in a row, no new cases, and no deaths. But they got 2 out of that 183, but no deaths and no fresh cases. Now, the district in lockdown. This is the second day in a row they ain't had no new cases. So DC locked down. Oklahoma, 164. 58 new cases today, 5 deaths, 2 of them were today. Kentucky, 163. They picked up 6 cases today. They had 4 deaths, none today. Iowa, 145. The Corn State, the Buckeye State, they picked up 21 cases. They had their first death today. Maine, 142 cases, 24 new ones today, no deaths. Rhode Island, 132. They picked up 8 cases today, no deaths. Kansas, 126. They picked up 28 cases, 3 deaths, 1 was today. Vermont, 123. 28 cases, 8 deaths, 1 was today. Delaware, 119. They picked up 15 cases, no deaths. New Hampshire, 108. No new cases, 1 death, none today. New Mexico, 100. No new cases, 1 death, and that was today. Idaho, 91. They picked up 10, no deaths. Hawaii, 90. They didn't pick up anything, and they only got 1 death, none today. Nebraska, 61. And they blank. No deaths, no new cases. Montana, 53. Plus 7 cases today, no deaths. North Dakota, 45. They picked up 11 today, no deaths. Alaska, 42. They picked up 6 today, no deaths. South Dakota, 41. They picked up 11. They have 1 death, none today. Wyoming, they picked up 41. Same as South Dakota, 11. But they have no deaths. West Virginia, 39 cases. They picked up 19 today. No deaths. Guam, 37 cases. They picked up 5. 1 death. Puerto Rico, 51 cases. 12 new cases. 2 new deaths. The United States Virgin Islands, 17 cases. No deaths. And they didn't pick anything new. Wuhan repatriated, whatever that is. 3 cases, no deaths, no pickups. The Diamond Cruise, 46, no deaths, still at 46. People being quarantined. So the total, 64,832 total cases. New cases, 9,919. Deaths, 913. Deaths today, 130. And we still have 63,526 cases. So somebody tell me, how can you give a deadline to when we should stop worrying about this? It's going higher. It's going higher. Liz said happy Wednesday. Naya said nearly half of the total infected. Liz said, hey BD, hey Naya. Liz said, happy Wednesday. Naya said, thank you, Liz, same to you. Naya said, health officials are stating it's in the beginning stages, more to come. Liz said, oh wow, this is terrible. My state is small, but it's connected to Virginia, Pennsylvania, DC, and Delaware. We need this stimulus package so people can go to the market and get the food they need, but they can stay in the house. If it ain't life-threatening, for the people that's going to get $1,000 or $3,000 or whatever, go buy food and stay in the house. I'm going to take my $200 and buy food. I'm going to load up. I'm going to have the cabinets filled. I'm going to have food on the daggone floor. I've only been outside to check the mailbox. And I waited 3 days before I went. So I haven't gone anywhere for 4 days. There's no need to. How you doing, the driver? I would love to go get some tuna fish and chicken noodle soup. And some more English muffins. But that's going to have to wait. So it's kind of a good thing. You know, I ain't going nowhere. I ain't got nowhere to go. We got our prescriptions, so there ain't no need to go nowhere. Glad you checked in the driver. I'm waiting on No Night by Kaz. I sent her a message about for something. North Carolina had their first deaths today. People acting like this a game. You know, I told y'all I was gonna go to Laura's when I got off of here. I went over her show and I asked them what they thought about the virus. They were getting ready to block me. We don't talk about that. They thought I was a troll. So you want to pretend there ain't nothing going on. This is part of the reason. Hey, how you doing? Nothing edited. I'm eating tuna fish. You said where I live, because they said they don't talk about that. Something about YouTube is coming down on people. Y'all realize that YouTube, we had got up to $5.21. YouTube took us back down. If we back out, now it say 502. It was saying 490. Y'all saw this said 525 yesterday. And both them and Creator Classic was saying, they were saying 525. I'll get back here. There it is right there. You see it. That's a $4.92. See the revenue? Look on your right hand side. It's a $4.92, and they say we going down. Why are we going down? Well, we had 525 yesterday. Before the virus, before we started talking about it, we had $5.71. Now let's go to the classic. Now it say $5.02. So where did our money go? Where did the money go? $5.02. Where did our money go? Is YouTube taking our money because we talking? YouTube sent me an email saying that they were going to stop doing that. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Hold on. I got so many email accounts. Let me go to all inboxes. Hold on. See if I can find it. Here we go. We got a lot to look at here. I know they sent the update. I'm just not seeing it. Let me go to social. I'm not finding it under Gmail. Go back to the YouTube studio. Known issues. It says all eligible creators will still be able to monetize videos, and this does not change the updates on monetization of coronavirus-related videos we shared this week, and will continue to enforce our policies regarding coronavirus content, including removing videos that discourage people from seeking medical treatment, or claim harmful substances have health benefits. Situation with Corona continues to change day by day. We'll continue to take the steps needed to protect our teams and the communities where they live. This may affect additional type of YouTube user and creator support and reviews, such as application of the YouTube Partner Program or response on social media. To stay up to date on any of our changes in our services, our broader response to the coronavirus, continue to check the Help Center. So are they saying that advertisers, even though we putting out correct information, are they saying that the advertisers don't want to support it? Because they say they're not going to punish you. They say they're only going to punish you if you tell people not to be worried about it, or if you tell them, or if you try to give ideas on how to treat it. We haven't done that. We only cover the facts. We've been covering the virus every day. I just noticed that the money keep going up and down. One day we got it and the next day it's gone. Before the virus, we was at 571. Then we dropped down to 545. Then we dropped down to 525. Then 521. Then we went down to 490. And that's when I started moaning. And people that watch me remember this. That's when I started moaning about it. Then we shot back up. Because we did some long streams. And we shot back up. And we was at 525. Now, the studio says $4.90, and the classic says $5.02. Now, we only talking about cents. So I'm not gonna moan and groan, but that's crazy. Yeah, Liz said she'd be right back. Hurry back, Liz. So we not gonna be censored. Nothing edited. We have 25 channels. We not gonna be censored. They can't do that. We have 25 channels. We got 2 Twitch channels. We got Facebook. We got Instagram. We got Twitter, if I can find the password. We got a Wix website. And we got 2 Chinese websites that we can do anything on if we want. And they can't do nothing about it. So, I'm not going to be silenced. If they want to take that little 30 cent, they can keep it. But I'm just noticing the advertisers don't want to, they want to pull their money back off a video, even though they only paid cents. They want to pull their cents off a video because we talking about the virus. We trying to wake people up. Then so be it. How much is somebody's life worth? Is somebody's life worth 30 cents? Well, keep the 30 cents. Long as you don't flag us or block us, we gonna keep educating ourselves. We have videos that we've sat here 4 hours and made 2 cents on. So, you know, I'm not going to go under by them taking that little 30 cents. Another editor said I had some greens with smoked pork necks and cornbread. I don't know about the smoked pork necks, but the cornbread sound good. I'm going to, what I'm making tonight? I'm having chicken thighs and sweet corn. Then tomorrow we're gonna have chicken legs, and then we're gonna have canned spaghetti. I'm trying to think. Then we're gonna have one can left, and I'll probably eat that while I'm doing the show tomorrow. We got one can of soup left. That was the last can of tuna fish. So we're not gonna have any sides. Oh yes, we do. We got the 4 bags of rice, and I got the sausage links, and I'm gonna cut the sausage links up, and I'm gonna get sick of that real quick. But I'm gonna make sausage fried rice. You know, instead of chicken fried rice or pork fried rice or beef fried rice, we're gonna have pork sausage fried rice, and I should be able to get 4 meals off of that. And then we down to the ground beef, and if I break the ground beef into 3/4, and we got a big tub of marinara sauce, and we got the stir fry vegetables, and we still got about 6 things of cheese left. You know, those singles. So if you go 2, 2, 2, I'll be able to put 2 slices of cheese over the ground beef, put the sauce on there, then put the noodles on there, and then put the stir fry vegetables on there, and then put another layer of sauce on top. And I'll have my pizza stir fry, and we can get 3 meals out of that. So we'll see. But I'm grateful. So we got 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 1, 2, 3. So we got 8 days to go. So can I stretch that out the last 8 days? I hope so. And if not, I'll ask for help. No, I don't want to ask for help. Hopefully I can stretch it out. I'm going to try. But at least, thanks to y'all, I was able, you know, it's food in there. It's food in there. And like I say, if they stop messing around, have they come back yet? I got the link right here. Where are they? Have they come back yet? Nope, they still ain't came back. Come on back and give us our money, man. We ain't trying to hit. Come on back and give us our stimulus money so we can stay in the house. Come bring the money, honey. Bring us the doski. Some of y'all might not think. Naya said the stimulus funds are not set to roll out April 6th via direct deposit. I do not believe 45 signed off on it at the time. Then we need to make sure that we vote them out come election time. Get them out of here. And why are they going to send the money out on April 6th? Just listen to me. Why are they going to send the money on April 6th if they talking about everything stopping and we can all go back to being normal on April 12th? People need money now. They talking about April 12th that's what Trump said, his cutoff date. To get the economy going is the 12th. So why would they send the money on the 6th and then let you go back to work on the 12th? But that makes sense. You need to give the people the money now so they can stay in the house now, so they can stop going outside and infecting everybody. That's what needs to be done. Give the people the money now. Because even if everybody run to the grocery store, we can start a new date 14 days from the day you send the money, and then look and see how it go. Because some people might pick it up while they shopping. Some people might pick it up while everybody running to the market with that stimulus money and trying to get food, going to the gas station trying to get gas. There are going to be lines. People might pick it up. So you got to do 14 days after that date. And people who have the virus after that 14 days, they on their own. Because you got the money, ain't no need to come out the house. You should be able to stay in the house for 14 days. There ain't no reason to come out. Go get what you need, hunker down, and let's let this pass. Now, like I said, both parties are dragging it out. Which one do we vote out? We need something so that the American people can stay in the house. That's what we need. You still got kids going out partying? I don't care if you had to take some of that stimulus money and buy them some new video games so they stay in the daggone house. You had to buy them a DVR or a Blu-ray so they can stay in the daggone house. You had to take some of that money and get them some Wi-Fi so they can go online and play games with people online so they ain't got you want to keep people in the house. You had to buy board games, Monopoly, Scrabble for the little kids. You had to get a little jungle gym and put it in the basement. Let them go down there and have you need the kids in the house. If you have to buy some puzzles and you sit down there and do the puzzles, something. Start doing yoga. Do something. Get on social media. Just do something so you can stay in the house. Well, I ain't got the virus. Why I gotta stay in the house? So you don't get it. That's how. Because people have it right now and don't know they got it. Y'all know that over the past week, I've been to the market 4 times. It's been 4 days since my last trip. I won't know anything until 10 more days. 10 more days, I don't know. But I know that on the 3rd, I'm going to have to go to the market. So it's going to have to start all over again. People are not thinking that way. Every time you go outside and be around people, you got to add 14 days to that day. So for those of y'all that keep going outside, you got to add 14 days to the day you went. Some people can go a week with no symptoms. That's why people need to stay in the house. And I'm not saying you got to stay in the house. You can go outside in your yard. But stay home. Don't get no cabs. I still see the cabs riding by. I hear them blowing for people. You don't know who was in that cab. You don't know what the cab driver got. But yet, you going to get in the cab. See, this is what I'm talking about. How are we going to stop the virus if we won't stop our behavior? Our behavior contributes to the virus. The virus needs us to be negligent. It's not, you know, some of y'all are outside people. Y'all like to go out there and roll around in the grass and climb trees and hike and all that. Oh, that's fine. But you need to do that when nobody's around. You don't need to go down to the pub. You don't need to go to the bar. You don't need to go to the club. I don't care. I'm going to get my dance on. Dance yourself right into the ER. Dance yourself right into the grave. How do we get people to say, hey, the easiest way to get rid of this is everybody stay home for 2 weeks? Those people that work at the grocery stores should be, and people who work in the medical field, those should be the only people that's outside working. One person, not a whole family, one person should go to the market when you get paid, buy enough food for 2 weeks. And then that person needs to stay separate from everybody else for 2 weeks. That 2 weeks is up, nobody else in the household is sick, then you can assume that y'all okay. And there's no reason to come out the house. There's no reason to go anywhere. Unless you're going for dialysis or something like that, ain't no reason for you to go out. If we can all sit tight for 2 weeks. Now, I ain't saying you can't go out at like 2, 3 in the morning when ain't nobody out. You can go outside and walk around, get exercise, but you know, don't be around nobody. Don't exchange no money. Don't touch anybody. Don't breathe or cough. If you coughing and you can't breathe, why are you outside? You know? Naya said some people have no symptoms. Those are the people that's coming up right now. For every new case that's reported, you have to assume that there are 5 people who they infected that don't know they got it. So in 5 or 6 days, they're going to be reported. Numbers going to jump up again. This is why we can't get rid of it. You got to assume. Just because you good don't mean your neighbor good. Just because you don't feel like nothing, that don't mean your neighbor down the street don't feel the same way. And they might have it or you might have it. That's why we can't stop it. It's going to be 2 weeks before we can get a real number. I'm saying 2 weeks from now. If 2 weeks from now, the numbers start going down, that'd be a great sign. But the problem is we keep getting new cases. And every day we get new cases, you got to add 14 days on. Because these people, before they decided to get tested, how many people were they around? How many people were these people around before they decided to get infected? When the people who they were around, when they pick it up, it's going to be another 5 or 6 days before they get symptoms. Then they're going to go get tested. So how many people will they infect in those 5 or 6 days? Do y'all understand? This is why it's not stopping. Just because you feel good don't mean. I don't feel like I have it. I think I did everything I could. I tried to stay away from people. Hopefully I didn't. I made sure I washed my hands when I came back in the house. Didn't nobody cough around me, but that don't mean nothing. So I gotta wait. I got 10 more days. I was talking to the mechanic last night. I made sure we kept our distance. You know, we kept our distance. I still haven't met my neighbor downstairs yet. But even though they got their own door, they still use this door. So they got to make sure they wash their hands every time they come back inside. I gotta make sure I wash my hands every time I touch it. You understand what I'm saying? I don't feel no temperature. I don't feel no warm. I don't feel no different. But like I said, we still got 2 more days. Most people feel it 5 to 6 days. It's been 4 days. We still got 10 more days. So this man is, so they talking about giving the money on the 6th. That means people are gonna come outside and spend it. How many people are gonna pick it up? And he's talking about ending it on the 12th. You need a 14-day incubation period. So you gotta add 5 days to the 6th. That makes it the 11th. And then you gotta do 14 days after that. And then look and see where the count is. That's why I said something don't sound right. It ain't just going outside. You have to be around somebody. All I did was go to the mailbox and came right back. Now I did talk to the mechanic. I stayed 6 feet away from him. And I came right in the house and washed my hands. First thing I did was come right in the house and wash my hands. Naya said her internet connection is off and texts were out. Did the text come inside the house? Did you stay away from them? Did you sanitize every place they were at? Did you go sanitize your door handles? Screen door handles, your railings? Anything. And I told you that I came in the house and washed my hands good. You have to touch your mouth, your nose, your eyes, or you have to inhale it. It was windy last night. There's no way I inhaled anything from him. 6 feet away. Naya said they were not at my home. I saw them on camera in the neighborhood. You said the text was out. You made it sound like they came to your house. That's even better that they worked outside. Even better. You ain't got to worry about it, sweetie. So is the internet working good now? I'm looking now and the phone is struggling. Let me do a fast reboot. And let me... What are we doing? We at 96. That's not bad. Let me restart the radio. We showing 3 bars out of 4. That's not bad. All right. So let's come back. He said, I love you, Jesus. Naya said, no, we haven't complained about the service. We know why it's slow. And guess what, Naya? It was one letter in the box, and it wasn't for me. So I didn't even bring any mail in the house. I didn't even bring anything in the house. I came right in, opened the door up, went right to the kitchen, and washed my hands. Didn't even hesitate. Went right to the kitchen. And I washed the keys. I even washed the keys. I hope I didn't damage this part. Is it still working? Yeah, it's still working. Because I washed it. I even washed the keys. I ain't no joke. I even washed the keys. And like I said, I didn't even want to see anybody. But he pulled up, and I thought it would be ignorant if I didn't say hi to him. The only people I'm seeing is when I go to the market. Think about it. I've had new neighbors for 2 weeks now. I don't know what they look like. We saw the brother that day when we had to let him hold the key, so the sister have a key to get in. I haven't met him yet. That should tell you how reclusive I am, that I haven't even met my new neighbors. The girl around the front that y'all know, she called me today, but I was asleep. So I called her back, and she said she had a box of gum. I told her I ain't got no $10 to give you. I also told her if you can find somebody to buy it, go ahead. Because I really don't want it anyway. If I had $10, I wouldn't spend on no gum. I'd buy some food. Shoot. Gotta know your priorities now. I'm trying to make it to the 3rd, and I'm going to spend $10 on some gum. Heck no. Remember, we trying to delete the gum. That's the goal. To delete the gum. Period. What do you want, Debbie? Didn't I pet you last night while I watched the wrestling? So, what do you want? I petted you for an hour last night. What do you want? You bored? We not playing no music, you bored? Huh, that it? Anyway. Let's see if they came back yet. Don't come over here, David. Go sit down. Come on over here for. Go relax your nerves. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Sorry about that, y'all. Hit the wrong thing. There it is. They still out. Come on and give us our money, man. We ain't got all day. Come let us know our money coming. The White House giving a briefing and said they saying
the people that run those ventilators that are not any longer doing elective surgery. So changing that elective surgery piece over a week ago has freed up a lot of additional resources. When I talk to you about how we've done some things that are very horizontal across the country, but we're collecting data now in a county by county granular way. So it's like any epidemic, it's not equal everywhere. There are places that are very spared and there's places where there's more. we have a very vast country with a lot of capacity and a lot of infrastructure. And so looking very specifically about where the virus has been, where is it going, who's got freed up resources from where it has been, because it didn't hit it hit Washington State earlier than it hit New York, and looking at all of those pieces to really ensure how we can innovatively move equipment around based on the need. And so I know that it has become a place where people are looking at numbers rather than what is needed. Because if you do these projections, when you got to those projections that said, like in Germany and others, that implied that 60% or 50% of the population would get infected, I want to be very clear, the only way that happens is this virus remains continuously moving through populations in this cycle, in the fall cycle, and another cycle. So that's through 3 cycles with nothing being done. And so we're dealing with cycle A right now, not the one that could come in the fall of 2020, although we're getting prepared for it by the innovations that are being worked on, and not the 2021. We're really dealing with the here and now while we're planning for the future. And I think the numbers that have been put out there are actually very frightening to people. But I can tell you, if you go back and look at Wuhan and Hubei and all of these provinces, when they talk about 60,000 people being infected, even if you said, oh, right, well, there's asymptomatics and all of that, so you get to 600,000 people out of 80 million. That is nowhere close to the numbers that you see people putting out there. I think it has frightened the American people. I think on a model that you just run full out, you can get to those numbers if you have 0 controls and you do nothing. And we know that every American is doing something. And so I think what our job right now is to carefully detail on a hospital by hospital, state by state, county by county, to outline what the infrastructure needs are and ensure that we're meeting them, both from the stockpile and from the generosity and movement of the American people and other hospitals.
A lot of folks out there, well-intentioned, are sewing cloth masks and donating them to hospitals. So you're Dr. Fauci. Can you weigh in on that? Because obviously these people have great intentions, but there's some mixed feedback on whether that's a good idea.
I'm sorry.
From a surgical mask. So clothing manufacturers, volunteers dropping them off at hospitals. Is that necessary? Is that helpful? Is it something you recommend?
Well, you would only recommend that under desperate situations if you don't have any masks. But what we're seeing now, as you've heard, is a rather significant inflow of masks that are coming in that are going to be available. I mean, obviously, if you don't have a mask and you need a mask and it's appropriate for you to be wear it, you do what you can. But I don't see that now as a necessity, given what's going on right now.
Great. Mr. Vice President? We'll take a couple more. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. We keep hearing reports of competition among states that are trying to apply this necessary equipment onto the private market. And the governor of Kentucky said yesterday that his state was in line to buy some equipment, but FEMA came in and purchased it from under them. So he says this is creating a real problem for states because on the one hand, they're being told to get the equipment themselves if they can, but on the other hand, the federal government is buying up the supply chain. So is this a problem that you're hearing about, and what is your advice to states like Kentucky that are having this issue?
I actually spoke to the governor of Michigan today, Governor Whitmer, and I, about just that. And we put our FEMA regional representative on the case. We want to make sure that we're acquiring every bit as much as we can.
It's nothing but a bot in there, y'all.
Through FEMA, but as we work with the supply chain, we want to have full coordination with the states and the requests they're making and hospitals that they're making, and we're looking into those matters. But make no mistake about it. This FEMA team at the president's direction is leaning into this effort, leaving no stone unturned, literally searching not just the nation, but the world for all these critical supplies. And as the president just reported to you, we're in the process of shipping 9.4 million N95 respirators, 20 million surgical masks, 3.1 million face shields, and the list goes on. And we're going to be shipping those every single day. But as I told Governor Whitmer today, who's leading her state through all of this with great energy. We want to partner with her. We want to partner with every governor and make sure that the left hand knows what the right hand is doing in terms of acquiring resources.
Mr. Vice President,
How about you right here?
Thank you so much.
No, right here.
Thank you. Can I ask the next one? On the mask question, healthcare workers on the ground still report that there are mask shortages. What timeline do you predict for making sure everyone who needs a mask is adequately supplied?
Well, I'm going to let Dr. Birx address that as well, but let me say again, I just received a report. We're going to be detailing it before the end of the week, where we've literally identified significant resources, not just around the country, but around the world, of the masks that can be used by healthcare workers. But as Dr. Birx said, we are focusing those resources in the areas where healthcare workers are most exposed to the prospect of contracting the coronavirus. The President's made it clear from early on, right after seeing to the needs of Americans who are struggling with the coronavirus, making sure they have the support that they need on the same level of priority. We want our health.
Y'all, I'm in here typing away
to have the personal protective equipment to be able to do their job safely, and we're working on that.
I typed in.
I will tell you, I spoke about this today.
Wait a minute, I take the last.
Not only the governor of Michigan, but the governor of Indiana, and President Trump and I couldn't be more grateful.
I typed in, come on, Congress, pass the bill, give everyone a chance to get supplies, then lock down the country for 20 days, then look at the numbers. Only people who work in the grocery stores or medical care should be allowed to leave their property. Let's get it.
Can now be used by hospital workers, and they're perfectly acceptable to protect a healthcare worker from the possibility of
I also typed in
disease. But we're calling.
You can't just look at the current numbers. If
business across America,
5 people
during this time of great challenge
were added to the list today, you gotta assume
go back to your store.
It was 5 days before they realized they had symptoms and came for the test. How many people did they infect in those 5 days? Right?
State healthcare services.
So those people are going to be in the coming days showing up on the list.
Every state in the union.
So you can't even use the current list. It's going to keep updating.
And we'll be detailing
because people that don't think they have it,
on masks,
and then 5 or 6 days later get symptoms
I just wanted to add
and go for the
piece.
test.
This is really a call
How
to
many
every
people were
state,
there around? They're going to come up on the list 5 or 6 days later.
The FDA put out new guidance, we talked about it several days ago, that people can do self-testing in the drive-thru, where you give them the materials to do it in their car, and you pick it up in a biohazard bag. This would free up all of that PPE that you see being utilized in those drive-thrus back to the hospitals and back to the clinics that need it the most. We have to move to the new technology. FDA worked tirelessly to get that out there so that it could be sparing of gowns and gloves and full respiratory N95s. This is the moment to move to that self-testing front of nose with the new applicators that can be utilized so that every single bit of the N95s can be put into the hospitals that need it.
Dr. Birx?
Mr. Vice President.
Let me just say we look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. We'll be back here with further progress and news. But if I could just say to every American, we'll get through this. We'll get through this. But we'll get through this together. Every American needs to understand that whether you are in an area that's impacted by the coronavirus or an area where there's very few cases, if you do your part to put into practice 15 days to slow the spread, you will do just that. You'll impact the spread of this coronavirus epidemic in our country. These experts tell me that we can significantly reduce the number of Americans that will be exposed to the coronavirus as every American continues to put these guidelines into practice. And we just know that with all of the extraordinary effort that's being done at the federal level by this tremendous team in all of our agencies, all the great leadership by governors in both parties across the country, with all the incredible and courageous work by healthcare workers, with the cooperation and the prayers of the American people. We will get this done. We will not only slow the spread, we'll protect the vulnerable, and we'll heal our land. Thank you all. We'll see you tonight.
I just typed in, if you don't have any symptoms after 9 days of isolation, why do you need a test? If you don't have any symptoms after 9 days of isolation, why do you need a test? I'm listening. Anybody want to answer that? If you haven't been around nobody in 9 days and you don't show any symptoms, they say 5 to 6 days is when the symptoms come in. If after 9 days of you isolating yourself, you don't have any symptoms, why do you need a test? I'm asking. If you don't have no symptoms within 9 days, why do you need a test? If you get symptoms, Naya said, Prince tested negative. Did he test too soon after being exposed? Maybe he wasn't exposed when they tested him. When was the first test done? Naya says a celebrity chef passed away today from CV-19. The driver said he took it 21 days ago. That means that he was infected. That means that somebody infected him after he took the test. That's why I said every time you are closely around someone, you need to take note of that date and assume that you got everything. I don't believe I was exposed going to the mailbox, but I'm still going to remember that date. I don't believe anything happened, but you never know. Like I said, it was 4 days since the last time I went to the market. And if somebody donate, I'm running to the market. And then we had to start all over again. Then the third gonna come. I'm going to the market. Then I gotta start all over again. I'm going to put I'm going to set aside the money for the rent. I'm going to set aside money for the phone bill and the BG&E. And then I'm going to I'll probably spend about 60 at the market and try to make that last to the 10th when I get my food money. Then I got to go out again. That's why I said they keep playing around. You have to keep going outside. Every time you go outside, you risk the chance of being exposed. So why is everybody acting like it's no big deal? Every time you go somewhere where people at, you risk the chance. Even if nobody's there or somebody was there before you, you still gotta watch what you touch. Now I put the black basket on the back of the seat, and I put the basket that came with the scooter. So I'm not going to need to touch a basket there, and I'm not going to need, all I got to do is just touch the food. I'm going to hold the card, the bonus card, and let the lady scan it. I'm not going to give it to her. I'm going to hold it and let her scan it. Put it right back in the wallet. I'm going to pay for the food. Then I'm going to come home and put the food away. Anything that's not going in the freezer, I'm going to wipe it down with the antibacterial soap. Wipe it down, rinse it off, put it in the refrigerator. The cans, wipe them off, wash them, put them in the cabinet. I don't know. They haven't they haven't passed the package yet. Let me call and find out. It would be nice, because if they did, I would get enough food so I ain't got to come out the house. Then I ain't got to worry about touching nobody. Nobody coughing on me. And I'm going to keep my distance.
Calling Direct Express.
Please be advised that Direct Express does not have any information about stimulus payments. We would like to assure you that your benefit payment will be available to you on your regular payment day. If you'd like to check your balance, your transactions, or have other questions, please use the automated phone system, the web, or the mobile app.
Enter the last 4 digits of your card number.
Oh, man.
The information you entered. Enter the last 4 digits of your... Enter your 4-digit PIN. Your balance is $0.02. And SSA. To repeat your balance, press 1. Pending deposits, press 1. Review last... There are no pending deposits for the card number entered. Pending deposit information is typically available 12 to 24 hours before the deposit.
So no help there. What about the food stipend? Did they help us out there? Let's find out about that.
Service call center. Enter the last 4 digits of your card.
Oh, I messed up.
Your entry was invalid. Try again. Enter your PIN.
Regarding the government's efforts to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic, we do not at this time have any information about the potentially planned or proposed increase of standard or supplemental payments.
Get the free Connect DBT mobile app and see your balances and transactions anytime on your Android or iPhone. Download the free Connect DBT mobile app today at iTunes and Google Play. Your food supplement program balance is $0.92.
Ah, I got 92 cents. Oh, shucks. So, well, Liz, I covered both of them. They both did the same thing. They're waiting on the government. And I just said the bill isn't signed as of close of business today. So they still BSing about the, they still BSing about the bill. Y'all know I wear my mittens. I take them off when I get in the store and put them in my pocket. And then when we get outside, I put them back on. I wish I had some disposables. I wish I had some disposable rubber gloves. Then I would take the mittens off and put on the disposables and use that. And then when I'm ready to drive off in the scooter, then I take the plastic gloves off and then put the mitts back on, and that way I haven't touched anything. So, like I said, we'll see. I know people don't want to be locked down, but I think they should go ahead and make sure everybody got enough food so they ain't got to come out the house. Unless you are in the medical field or you work at a grocery store, nobody should be out. You can go outside and you know you got your own property. You can go sit on your porch or play in your yard. But nobody should be around anybody. If we can do this for 2 weeks. If we can do this for 2 weeks, the number's going to drop. But how you going to convince people to stay at home for 2 weeks? Especially people that live in apartments. What about people that live in rooming houses? You know, they share the same kitchen and bathroom. I've seen some rooming houses that have like 12 people sharing the same bathroom, the same shower, the same toilet, the same kitchen, the same dining room. They all come in the same door. Well, driver, that's food. I said if you're not in the grocery business, you're delivering food. Whew. Right now, people need food. People that drink need the alcohol. They need to go get it. People that smoke cigarettes, they need to go get their cigarettes and stock up on them. So they ain't got no reason to come out the house. People that like to watch movies, they need to go to the video store and rent as many videos as they can. You know? Yeah, they had to enforce it, and they should have an armed guard walking up and down the streets to make sure people stay in the house. But you ain't got to stay in the house, but stay on your property. Anybody that's out in the street that ain't got no reason, they should be arrested or ticketed. Big fine too, like $1,000 in occurrence. People stay out the street, even the young knuckleheads. That'll also give the people that's addicted to drugs, they'll be able to go buy their drugs with that stimulus money, and hopefully them and the dealers can stay off the street. This is what we need to do. People that are homeless, that are standing outside, making money, making 50 to 150 a day begging, they're going to have to go to the shelter. Because ain't nobody going to be outside for them to beg to. And maybe some of them will get the help they need so they can get off the street while they're there. This is what we need to do. But can the land of the free and the home of the brave, can we stop being stubborn and locked down for 2 weeks? Now it says in some places they ain't do it all places. If you ain't going to the store, you shouldn't. If you ain't going to the market or going to get dialysis, you shouldn't be allowed out. And if you get pulled up, you better have some groceries and grocery bags with you. If you went to get dialysis or something, you should have something from the doctor saying you just got it. Every time I go to the hospital, they give me a visitor's badge. You should be able to show your visitor's badge. Make sure you ask for one before you leave. Give me something that says I was here. And there you go. If you're a delivery driver, you should have your uniform on. You know? Taxi cabs, sedans, MTA buses, subways, they all need to stop. And they should take this time to clean out the buses, the subways, the trains. They need to clean them out. Every cab company, sedan company, they need to, even limousine company, they need to bring, they need to make all their drivers show receipts that they had their car detailed at a car wash. In this way, we will eliminate if somebody in your house gets sick, they need to be isolated. I don't care if it's his mother and father. They need to be isolated. It's my house. I don't care who else it is got done it. You stay in this room. And let me know when you got to go to the bathroom so I can go clean up behind you. This is what need to be doing. We have a pandemic here. This is not a joke. People keep thinking it's going to go away. We haven't even looked. COVID-19 count. Count in every country. All right, this is from one day ago. You ain't got nothing from hours ago? I'd rather see. Wait a minute. This was 4 hours ago. Let's take a look at. Why are so many of the COVID graphs, you see, are misleading? It's difficult to grapple with the scale and complexities of this pandemic. Maybe we can learn something here. Hand washing is one of the most important things you can be doing right now. The magnitude of the COVID-19's grip has come at the world fast, making it difficult to grasp. Sometimes visualizing the statistics makes them easier to comprehend. By now, you've probably seen hundreds of maps strewn across the internet depicting the COVID-19 cases around the world and countless graphs and charts showing a dramatic rise in confirmed cases over the past few weeks. The problem is that COVID-19 has become such a complex disease, it is proving itself difficult to visualize accurately. Take what has become the predominant way to show case counts. A map visualizing where in the world has the most number of confirmed CV-19 cases isn't an inherently bad idea. At Pop's side, we made such a map towards the beginning of the outbreak precisely because it seemed smart to show readers where the epidemic was hitting hardest. But there are some problems with these maps. One is the difference in scale between countries hit hard, like China, the United States, and Italy, and those currently more spared is massive. If you scale bubbles on a map to the number of CV-19 cases, the bubbles for hard-hit areas quickly develop the entire map. This covers up countries with fewer cases. Using colors isn't necessarily better since the disparity between countries with tens of thousands of cases completely overshadow those with mere thousands. To see why, let's look at a map but not a grid showing every country with at least one CV case as of March 19 and how that outbreaks have progressed since last January. First, the case counts don't account for the population of a country. China has roughly 1.3 billion people, whereas Italy has 60 million. If they had the same number of confirmed cases, they'd have drastically different portions of their population who are affected. To remedy that, we can look instead at infection rates, which are adjusted for the country's population and given as case per 1 per million people. That graphic tells quite a different story. Here we've shown the countries in the same order as before and labeled the top 10 countries by infection. I'm looking at this. How are you supposed to read this thing? Excluding countries with population under 50,000, China doesn't even crack the top 30 countries by case rate, which is itself misleading because Wuhan, as the origin of the outbreak, was far harder hit than any other region. Norway now makes the list, as does Greece, Australia, and Switzerland. Luxembourg and Andorra are in the top 10 largely because of their exceptionally small populations, roughly 600,000 and 77,000, respectively. Spain and Italy have large populations but enormous case counts. Iceland is perhaps the most interesting. As a country of only about 365 people, it will be easy to assume it's only on the list by virtue of its small size. But the truth is that Iceland has the highest testing rate of any country in the world right now. South Korea has tested about 5,200 people per million, and that's twice as high as any other country, Iceland excluded. But Iceland has achieved double South Korea's rate. That means they've found far more cases than anywhere because they've tested an enormous number of asymptomatic people and found the virus lurking in places a few other countries aren't looking. That brings up another major issue with looking at per case counts. You're only ever looking at confirmed cases. Most places aren't testing a huge number of people right now, which means there are certainly many more folks infected than the stats suggest. And because of the massive variation in testing rates, it's close to impossible to compare case counts between countries or sometimes within one. Because of our inability to detect mild cases, it's so low in some areas. All right, this is a chart of the United States positive cases. Based on this chart, you say just a handful of states hold the vast majority of cases. But if we instead plot confirmed cases versus testing rates, you see another story. The places with the highest infection rates also have the highest testing rates. New York, Washington, California, Illinois, New Jersey. Most states are clustered at the bottom right now, but we wise not to chalk that up to a lack of infections, but rather to a failure in testing. As we continue to ramp up testing, we'd expect to see huge jumps in case counts as well. As case counts no doubt continue to rise over the coming weeks, it's also worth looking at something other than infection rates. It's worth looking at the number of deaths and recoveries. The graph of total confirmed cases worldwide is terrifying, and frankly it should be. It's rising at an exponential rate and showing no signs of stopping. But for context, it's also worth showing the large fraction of people who have already recovered from the virus. The curve is going to look very different as cases skyrocket in areas other than China. But we might take some solace in knowing that every time you hit a case count for China, you should remember that 2/3 of those people are already over the virus. As of March 4th, there are more than 81,000 confirmed cases there, of which more than 60,300 have recovered. On the other hand, places like Italy are still suffering massively. They currently have 64,000 cases and only about 7,400 people have recovered so far, which is only marginally more than the people who have died there. The death toll itself is complicated. Looking at the graph above, you might conclude that only a tiny fraction of people who contract the CV-19 die from it, and that's true, but it's important to remember that even a relatively low death rate, we're talking about low single digits, works out to millions and millions of people dying worldwide. High death tolls also means overwhelmed hospital systems, which means even more deaths, both from those with the CV and those with other diseases who can't get access to proper health care. This pandemic is now a once-in-a-lifetime event at a scale that few of us could ever imagine, though many warned us about. It's hard enough to keep up with the news, let alone really grasp what's going on worldwide. But amid the panic, it's crucial that we keep striving to understand the situation complexity. Daily updates on case counts and disease spreads are important, but they're not the whole story. All right, for those of y'all that didn't fall asleep, I see your link, Naya. For those of y'all that didn't fall asleep, that article made a great point. Yes, New York is testing more people than anybody else. Yes, New York has more cases and more deaths than anybody else. I believe that in New York City, isn't there 9 million people living there? Not counting the state. How many millions of people live in New York? If you look at the millions, and so let's look at my city. It's 615,000 people in the city of Baltimore. If we had 60,000 cases and we had 400 deaths, that would be so much more devastating than if we had 11 million people. China looked bad because China has had almost 5,000 deaths. But it's over 1 billion people living in China. Y'all understand what I'm saying? It's over 1 billion people living in China. I think it's 300 million people living in America. That 300 million into that 1.3 billion, that's 3, 6, 9, 12. That's 5 times as many people. So even though a lot of people got infected and a lot of people died, if you look at the per case, it's not as bad. So it can look more frightening to see a state like New York, but then when you realize how many people are in New York, it's worse that it's 400 cases in my state that I don't even think we have 2 million people in the whole state. But yeah, we got 400 cases. I think that looks worse. What do y'all think? Let's look at Naya's link. I saw the link, but I already had we had to touch that topic real quick. Stimulus 1,200. The stimulus $1,200 checks hit snag. Senator Rand Paul tests positive. A bipartisan deal on a ballooning stimulus package appeared to hit a snag Sunday. Rand Paul became the first senator to test positive for the COVID-19, and New York's mayor warned that this crisis is going to get a lot worse as the nation lurched through another day under the virus siege. The stimulus package aims to pump life into the national economy, staggered by shutdowns and quarantines. The GOP plan, now estimated at $1.4 trillion, includes $1,200 checks for most U.S. adults and hundreds of billions to assist businesses ground almost to a halt by the pandemic. With Federal Reserve emergency lending and other actions, the total effort could reach $2 trillion. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi said, however, Sunday, there's no deal yet on the massive package. We're introducing our own bill, said Pelosi. See, we need to get these people out of here. The U.S., which confirmed almost 27,000 cases and 347 deaths, trailed only by Spain, Italy, and China in reported infections. Confirmed cases, however, are a functioning of testing. Worldwide cases of confirmed COVID surpassed 318,000, and there were more than 13,600 deaths as of Sunday, according to Johns Hopkins University. Governor Cuomo, 80% of state could get infected. Drug trials to start. New York State on Tuesday will begin testing drugs that can be used to combat the CV. Governor Cuomo said the Food and Drug Administration has shipped 70,000 doses of hydrochlorine, 10,000 of Zithromax, and 750,000 of chloroquine to the state. Cuomo said President Donald Trump has expressed optimism that these drugs may help be a game changer in treating the virus. Cuomo credited the FDA for moving expeditiously to provide the drugs. Cuomo said up to 80% of state residents could become infected with the virus, though the mass majority will have mild symptoms. The president ordered the FDA to move, and the FDA moved, Cuomo said. We are all optimistic that the drugs could work. I've spoken with a number of health officials, and there is a good basis to believe they could work. Cuomo said the number of confirmed COVID cases in New York had risen to 15,168, and the death toll in the state is 114, both the highest in the nation. It's higher than that now, buddy. Yeah, it's higher than that now. Damn. In Chicago, living on a prayer. Under stay-at-home orders amid the CV outbreak, People scattered throughout the Chicago metro area belted out Bon Jovi's Living on a Prayer at 7 p.m. Saturday night, standing at windows and yards and on balconies in freezing weather. Chicagoans shared dozens of videos capturing the citywide sing-along to social media. At least one Chicago radio station played the song at the designated hour. The song's co-writer, John Bon Jovi, gave Chicago a shout-out on Instagram. "Sing it out, baby. We're going to come through this together. Be strong," John Bon Jovi said in a post. Fund providing $75 million for New York City social service nonprofits. A group of foundations, corporations, and individuals banded together to provide a New York City COV Response and Impact Fund to support New York City-based social services, arts, and cultural organizations struggling with the virus. The $75 million fund will provide grants and interest-free loans to small and mid-sized nonprofits to help them respond to emerging needs. The COV pandemic threatens to cripple New York City nonprofit organizations and the vital and important services they provide, said Patricia Harris of Bloomberg Philanthropies. She said the joint initiative will help ensure many of the city nonprofits can withstand this crisis and continue to serve all New Yorkers. Italy coronavirus death spikes. For the second day in a row on Saturday, Italy registered a record number of deaths and new cases of coronavirus. Italy reported almost 800 related deaths and 6,557 new cases Saturday, the highest daily count yet in the nation's health crisis. The latest figures raised Italy's death toll from the virus to 4,825 as of Saturday evening. Defense Production Act. Trump not requiring companies to produce medical equipment. President Donald Trump clarified Saturday that he's not required private companies to produce extra medical equipment under the Defense Production Act. That's because he said he hasn't had to. Because we have so many companies making so many products, he said, we have the act to use in case we need it. Trump offered mixed signals on the point Friday, suggesting he had mandated companies to produce equipment, and then later suggesting that he had it. Trump and White House aides have signaled that signaling the order invoking the Korean War-era Defense Production Act has spurred private companies to act on their own, without a direct order from Washington. Trump mentioned clothes maker Hanes as one of the companies that has voluntarily agreed to retrofit its plants to manufacture the mask. United Airlines reinstates some international flights. A day after Friday's announcement, it will reduce international flights for 95% for April because of the government's CV-induced travel advisories. United Airlines said it is reinstating a handful of international flights to Asia, Australia, Latin America, the Middle East, and Europe in an effort to get customers where they need to be and help displaced customers who still need to get home. The reinstated routes will be in effect through the end of the month and include outbound flights between Newark and Amsterdam, Munich, Brussels, and Sao Paulo, Washington Dulles to London, San Francisco to Frankfurt, and San Francisco to Seoul. Fauci, efforts at containing the CV are working. Dr. Anthony Fauci said Saturday the efforts to contain the spread of the virus are working, but Americans need to continue to follow the 15-day guidelines for containing the disease. I think we're getting to the solution that everybody in the country is looking for, said Fauci. We know that we clearly are having an effect. We will get through it, I promise you. Fauci encouraged Americans who do not have symptoms to not get tested. Doing so, he warned, will make it harder for healthcare workers to prioritize the highest risk Americans. It would also use up highly needed personal protection equipment. When you go in and get tested, you are consuming personal protective equipment, masks, and gowns, Fauci said. Those are high priority for the healthcare workers who are taking care of people who have it. So he backed up what I said earlier. Unless you got symptoms, don't worry about it. If you're not showing those symptoms, why you need to be tested? If you're not having trouble breathing, you don't have the flu, why you need to be tested? If you feel fine, why do you need to be tested? Stay quarantined until you do get symptoms. Then come get tested. What? Doctors are hoarding untested anti-coronavirus drugs for themselves. U.S. doctors are hoarding 2 rumored anti-CV drugs for themselves and their families, helping to drive a nationwide shortage, a report said Tuesday. The doctors are prescribing chloroquine and hydrochloroquine for themselves and their loved ones, even though there's no scientific proof that the pharmaceuticals combat the contagion. And as lupus and arthritis sufferers who use the medicine go without, according to the pharmacists and state regulators. It's disgraceful is what it is, said Gary Reynolds, head of the Illinois Pharmacists Association, which was alerted to the situation through calls and emails from concerned members. It's completely selfish. We even had a couple examples of prescribers trying to say the individual they were calling in for had rheumatoid arthritis, even though it was clear it wasn't true. I mean, that's fraud. Chloroquine and hydroxychloroquine have been used worldwide to combat malaria, but they also prove crucial in alleviating the suffering of lupus and rheumatoid arthritis patients. President Trump said last week touted the drugs as holding promise for combating the virus, apparently based at least partly on anecdotal evidence. Top U.S. infectious disease expert Dr. Anthony Fauci immediately followed up by saying, only anecdotal evidence has shown that may be the case. But a pharmacist in Houston told ProPublica that he had a surgeon call him anyway, recently asking for an inordinate amount of the drugs and unlimited refills. He said it was because his wife had lupus, but when I asked him for her name and her diagnosis, he was told to just put in this, the worker said. The head of a Miami pharmacy business said people are losing their minds about this product. We're selling so much of this stuff and people are just stockpiling it as if anybody in their family gets sick. They're looking to hold on to it. This is bad news for those who really need the drugs to combat other things, experts said. I spent the last 2 days trying to help lupus patients who actually need their refills, Michelle, director of Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine Lupus Center, said last week. That's a daggone shame. Daggone shame. Y'all see how selfish people are? Doctors who take an oath to help everybody. They hoarding. I've been talking. I want to know, what do y'all think? Give me y'all opinion. I think we need a lockdown. I think they should give the money out. We should have 3 days to go get what we need, and then they should lock the country down. What do y'all think? Lock down the borders. Lock everything down for 14 days. Just lock everything down. People that need prescriptions, they should be allowed to get their prescriptions enough. They're going to have the money. They should be allowed to go and get their prescriptions. No reason for them to come out of the house. Be able to go to the market, get what you need, and lock it down. People on welfare and SSI, they get their money on the 1st. The 1st and the 2nd, they should be able to get their groceries and return to lockdown. People on the real Social Security get their money on the 3rd. We should be allowed to go out on the 3rd and the 4th, get what we need, so that we don't have to go outside. After the 5th of April, we should have 14-day lockdown. Now y'all would say, well, why would you say that the 5th? Just in case the people who come out, say they give us the money tomorrow, everybody gonna go run out and get what they need. Some people are going to have it. They're going to affect other people. Right? Then on the 1st, these people are going to get their money that they would have got anyway. Right? Let them get what they need to get. Give them 2 days. On the 3rd, Social Security people are going to get their money. Get them to the 5th, 2 days to get what they need. Start the lockdown on the 6th. From the 6th to the 20th, nobody, unless you are delivering food or working at a food market, which we don't need you. Because everybody is going to get what they need. So you really don't need to have the markets open. Everybody got 2 days to get what they need. So we don't need to have the stores open. You got 2 days to get what you need. The people that get the stimulus, if they give it to them today, they got from the day until the 6th to get what they need. No excuse. People that's on welfare or SSI, they get their money on the 1st. They got 2 days to get what they need. People on the real Social Security get their money on the 3rd. They got 2 days to get what they need. On the 6th, lock everything down. So people who, if they give the stimulus out now, they got from now to the 6th. They ain't got no reason for them to be on the street. God darn it, they are. Lock them up. Or give them a big fine. They won't come on no more. But they're rich. After the 20th, there shouldn't be no cases. Lock down the borders. Nobody can fly out. Nobody can fly in. Lock down the ships. Nothing can come in. Nothing can come out. Lock everything down. From the 6th to the 20th. Lock it all down. Regular people will have, they should approve their money today. If they approve it tomorrow, then you got from the 26th to the 6th to get what you need to last until the 20th. And nobody should have to come out. Nobody said to come out. Any problems you got, take care of them. Anything you got to handle, take care of it. And then we're going to lock down for the 14 days. And there will be no new cases because nobody will be out there. And nobody from Italy should be able to travel to the United States. Nobody from the United States should be able to travel to Italy. Shut them airlines down. Shut the cruise ships down. Don't nobody need to go on no cruise ship. Stay your butt home. So you can live. Just lock it down. Give the businesses their money so they be all right during the lockdown. I don't care how hard you like working. Everybody likes something for free. Let them stay home. Take your stimulus money and your last check, go to the market and load up. All the people that make products should be making them, and they should be empty. When everybody go into that frenzy, they know they got to buy food to last to the 20th. Every place that sells food, they shouldn't have no supply. They should be low. So if you're low, why you need to open? I'm just asking. If can't nobody come to you, you need to sell all your inventory. Especially those that sell produce, sell it. Let them come by, liquidate it. That way the farmers get that money and they can go get what they need. Give the small businesses that depend on people to be able to come in there and buy something, give them some stimulus money so that they can pay their rent for the office space or the building. So, and let them pay, the suppliers that they get the pens and pencils and, let them pay them off so that they don't have to open. And they still get money. And don't have to open. And we lock down. Let the government invest in the people. Let them invest in from the 6th to the 20th. That's 14 days. We lock down for 14 days. There should be no cases in the United States. If we all lock down for 14 days, just lock it down. Close everything. Only place to be open is the hospitals. Now, for people that need medical care, they should have vans that the government should pay for to take these people to get their dialysis and things like that. That should be the only people that's moving. And every van should be fumigated, each person. They should spray it down, wipe down the seats, wipe down the door handles, armrests, wipe it all down for every patient get in there. Drivers that have a mask and gloves on. That's the only people that should be moving. The police should be riding around, and the military, the state military, should be going up and down the streets to make sure people stay in the house. Sixth to the 20th. Lock it down. April 6th to April 20th. Lock it down. Keep the borders closed. Keep the borders closed and no flights outside the country. No flights outside the country, no flights inside the country. Until those other countries don't have the disease. They don't have the disease, they can't come in. They don't have the disease, then we'll buy your products. So then, we're not buying nothing from China until they get rid of that disease. We're not buying nothing from Italy We're not going to Italy. Nobody coming here until they get rid of the disease. We're not going to Japan. We're not going to Canada. We're not going nowhere. Lock it down. We got to stand strong. I know we owe China money. I know we owe Europe money. I know we owe Japan money. Tell them we don't care what you owe. You owe us money don't mean we should allow you to come kill us. I'm just being honest. Saudi Arabia, hey. If we had started drawing our own oil, we have oil. Liz, I'm talking about lock it down. The last thing I got from China was these chains. Remember, it took almost 2 months for them to get here. Y'all always try to throw something smart in there. Why? Do I have to look at the date? I said purchase history, not watch list. Oh, why are you cheating? I said purchase list. What are you doing? The computer doing what it want to do. Purchase history, please. Thank you. We ordered that on January the 30th, 2020. January the 30th, 2020. January the 30th. You are correct. But I said April the 6th, we should lock down the country until the 20th. Everybody that has it should have recovered or died from it by then. Everybody that's carrying the disease from April the 6th to April the 20th, they should have recovered or died by then. But even after the 20th, we need to keep doing it from the 6th to the 20th and afterwards until the other countries can prove that they have stopped their disease. We should not let them in the country. We should not go over there. Ouch. Shouldn't be taking cruises. We shouldn't be doing all that stupid stuff. It was going on then, but we ordered that January the 30th. Nobody wasn't even talking about it. I'm talking about April the 6th to the 20th, and you talking about January the 30th. What January the 30th got to do with April 6th to the 20th and beyond? For April the 20th, we should lock down the borders. You need something, we had to buy American. Lock it down until they can prove that they have got the disease under control. If we lock down for the 14 days, the people that have it, they will either recover or they will have died. Naya says that is they report the truth. That's why we shouldn't be in no rush. What about the Easter Bunny? Forget the Easter Bunny. Nobody need no Mary Sue Easter eggs. Mary Sue Easter as Mary Sue Easter as now look, grandma is dead. Grandpa is on his deathbed for some Mary Sue Easter eggs. Naya said true and total numbers. I think that we should lock the border now to the end of the year. That's my personal opinion. I say lock the border down to the end of the year. Nobody should be able to enter or leave the country to the end of the year. Why expose the American people after we cleanse ourselves? Why should we re-expose ourselves? For some money? You said tweet 45 with the suggestion. What's a 45? If what I said didn't make sense, the 60 to 100 people that's going to watch us tonight should be tweeting. I came up with the idea. They're not going to listen to one person. A whole bunch of people start doing it, they will. They won't listen to one person. Oh, that person crazy. A whole lot of people start tweeting it. Start talking about it. Then they'll listen. The majority rule. But one person can come up with the idea, but people need to take action with it. I think it's a great idea. The problem is the president is a businessman. The business man is going to see the economy affected and get worried. He's still a businessman. Instead of him thinking, we'll have to start making our own products, which will improve our economy. But it'll cost more to make it. The who? The POTUS. So that means more jobs will open up. We'll have to pay a little bit more for our products, but I'd rather pay a little bit more. If I have to pay an extra $1 or $2 for something, that's a lot better than dying. You know what I mean? And instead of celebrating Easter on March the 12th, why can't we celebrate Easter the Sunday after the 20th? Everybody can go to church. Everything will be gone by then. Even if people, let's say the Social Security people, let's say that they go out and get their stuff, and let's say 5,000 get exposed. Well, you got the 14 days for those 5,000 people to get their symptoms and to go through it. Those that die are going to die, and those that recover are going to recover. But on the 20th, everybody in the country should have gone through the 14-day incubation period. Now, for the people who work in the medical field, we need to start rotating them so that we can have them stay home for 14 days and be replaced by those that already was home for 14 days. And that way, there's no chance of the people in the medical field to reinfect those people that's coming to get worked on by. See, no, I haven't heard back from her at all. Let me try and contact her again. Wait a minute. Somebody left me a message. Let me see. No, that's Walgreens. Alrighty, y'all. I just hit her up again. Told her y'all were asking about her. I told her the driver checked in. You still here, the driver? Hey, Dennis Lawson. Welcome to the show. Come on in and join the conversation. I came up with the idea that the government need to approve this stimulus plan first thing tomorrow. Allow the people that's going to get the money, allow them to go out there and get what they need. Then they start that lockdown on the 1st. On the 1st, the people that get welfare and SSI benefits, they get their money along with their little $200 or whatever. Let them go get what they need. Let them stock up on groceries and toilet paper and whatever you need. Prescriptions. Let them get all that. Then on the 3rd, people that got the real Social Security, they get their money. Let them go get what they need to get. Let everybody stock up. Because on the 6th, we shut the whole country down. Shut it down. Only those that are dealing with the Medicare should be able to be moving around. Those that might have to go for dialysis or lupus treatments or whatever, those are the only people that should be able to move around. Everybody else needs to be locked down. There's no reason to go outside or leave your property. You can go outside and play in your yard if you want to, but there's no reason. From the 6th to the 20th, lock down the country. Lock down the borders. No air flights. Lock it down. Take that stimulus money, give it to the airlines, give it to the small businesses so they can pay their bills. Because they're going to have money. Because everybody is going to have money to spend. So we're going to clean them out. We got to go 2 weeks. Everybody need to stock up for 2 weeks. And if you don't stock up, you behind out. And we should keep the border locked and not send any cargo and not accept any cargo until the end of the year. So we sure that these other countries take care of their business. Now y'all would say, well, how are we going to do that? Well, first of all, we need to start producing our own products then. Stop sending everything over to China and other countries. We got workers right here that can make it. We got workers right here that can make the products. I know some people will say, well, you know, if I buy an American, I got to spend $2 or $3 more. Hey, do you want to die? For a couple dollars, you rather die? Well, I can buy a plunger for $1 in China and it costs $4 in America. So what? You alive, ain't you? Kick off that $4. Didn't they give you $1,200? Kick out $4 and shut up. Yeah, I read all this. Kick it out. The economy is going to get a boom because we're going to have to start making our own products. For those of you that's crying, well, what about oil? We need oil. Hey, we got oil reserves and we got oil places that we haven't even drilled, like the Anwar. Start drilling. Instead of drilling in other countries, let's drill here. And keep that money in the United States. The economy gonna boom. Well, how am I gonna get my Gucci? If Gucci wanna keep selling you stuff, they'll set up an American plant. They ain't got to come over here. All they gotta do is wire the money electronically, and they can take a regular factory that might make Gucci and get them the licensing to start making their products, and then let Americans get paid for making them. Let Americans buy them. Well, we get our underwear from Japan. Well, if the Japanese want to keep making that money, then they'll find a local company that might make Zanes or might make mains and tell them we'll give you the licensing and you can start producing mains and sell them. Just send us the profits back. So Japan will still get their money. It just won't be as much. You know? I'm just telling the truth. It can be done, but it's not going to hurt poor people. It's not going to hurt middle class people. It's going to hurt the very top level because they're going to be spending more to produce, but they're going to be charging more. So it's you know what I mean? If you need some drawers and you can't order them from China, you're going to have to get some Hanes or some Fruit of the Loom. It might cost you a couple more dollars to get that 4-pack. You're going to kick it out. If you need some drawers. And at least you had the confidence of knowing that it's made in America. So somebody is working to make you them drawers and getting that money. And maybe whatever industry you in, they'll have a couple more dollars to spend at your place. That's how it's supposed to work. It ain't supposed to be, I'm going to send it over here, let them make it, pay them 20 cents an hour, 30, 40 cents an hour. Come over here and pay somebody for real. They'll have more money to spend. When you have more money to spend, you can buy more. So, if there's a lot of people that order drawers from China. They order drawers, jewelry. I'm wearing jewelry from China right now. We had to get the silver. And I had to wear the silver for a month and a half until it got here. Because the 3 chains that we got from China, we paid the same amount for the silver that we got from the United States. Think about that for a second. We paid the same amount. You know? Naya says Japan appears to play it smart. Well, let's take a look. Why is it showing up like this? When it's showing up like this, I can't tell what I'm looking at. I can't tell what I'm looking at. Hold on, let's try this then. Go see all. China, 5,003, $5.99. All right, so I put China. Now let's look. I'm gonna take off worldwide and just do China. These are sponsored. What in the world? What the hell am I looking at? What the hell are we looking at, y'all? I'm gonna get flagged. Yep. April 17th to Friday, June 12th. From Yiwu, Xinjiang, China. So you say people don't buy droves. I thought you said people don't buy droves. I hope we don't get flagged. This stuff was on eBay and was on YouTube. Okay. It wasn't my intention. Those ain't real models. They were dummies. But so it's according to eBay, they have almost 506,000 listings for underwear. Y'all said don't nobody buy no underwear from China. Y'all see all them countries that sell us droves. The reason that we kept seeing Americans in the beginning was because the Americans paid extra money so that they would show first. Because they know that once you saw the savings that you wasn't going to order them. Kind of smart, don't you think? That's why I kept saying sponsored. I mean, they pay extra money. It was just like the first time I put the bike for sale. It took forever, and we didn't really get no good bids on it, and so I canceled it. And then I relisted it as a buy, and we got what we asked for, but I paid an extra $30 so that it would come up first in the listings. And we got a buyer. And then I told them about the shipping, and they sent a little bit to help with the shipping, so it worked out. But I paid the extra money. The first time, nobody was really looking at it. But I paid the extra money, and they kept pushing it out. Y'all been on sites, and y'all keep saying, I just saw this ad. Why is it here again? And you go to the next page, and it's right there. I just saw this. Why is it here again? They pay extra money to keep throwing that in your face. You know? Then they say we get no money for 2 months. They live now? Are they back arguing?
About systems that are so antiquated or perhaps even obsolete that we're doing something that was not intended. I'm not suggesting that we can get that done tonight. I'm not even suggesting that we can get that done over the next few months. I am, however, concluding that we should work to get it done.
I don't disagree with my friend from South Carolina at all. I agree with you completely. We are in the midst of a national emergency. That's not my announcement. That's the announcement of President Trump. I believe it. When you look at all the people now filing for unemployment, when you look at the hardships they're facing, the lifestyles which they've had to live to try to comply with shelter in place and all the rules that are going on here, the number of people filing these unemployment insurance claims, they tell us the reality of the situation. The notion, as you said, $9,600 times three times 4 months, it basically comes out to about $30,000 a year, roughly. That's what the $600 is calculated to mean on an annual basis. So on a 4-month basis, if we end up giving people an extra $1,000 or $2,000, it is not inconsistent with what the Trump administration says they want to do with their cash payment. In the meantime, if we are going to move forward, and I hope this crisis comes to an end quickly, if we're going to move forward into a new phase 4, phase 5, whatever it is, let's work together to try to upgrade these systems, to make them work the way we want them to work. But in the meantime, wouldn't we want to err on the side of standing with working families and their employees? Wouldn't we want to do that in this first effort? I think it's the reasonable and thoughtful way to do it.
Happy to answer that question if the gentleman will yield.
I'd be happy to yield for a question from my friend from South Carolina.
I would say that on both sides of the aisle, would you not agree that we are both trying to get to the place where we are, in fact, keeping the average person, especially the working class people, whole as we ponder and discuss this amendment? Would you agree?
Of course.
And my final thought is that my goal isn't to come down here and have a disagreement as much as it is to illuminate a very important part of the process, that if we can get it fixed throughout our country, that as we tackle these issues in the future, more folks on both sides of the aisle will have greater confidence in giving these resources to the states so that our people can be whole. That's all I wanted to say.
No disagreement. I'd say to my friend from South Carolina, no disagreement. But the U.S. Department of Labor says we cannot do that at this moment. And at this moment, when people are hurting so badly, when they've lost their jobs, they're furloughed, they're laid off, and they're worried about paying their bills, the Trump administration says we're going to send them a cash payment. We say, and I hope it's a bipartisan statement, we're with you too. It isn't going to end with that one cash payment. We're going to stick with you and make sure your unemployment insurance benefits are going to keep you and your family together. And if by chance you come out a little bit ahead in this process with the cash payment or with this calculation, this formula, so be it. So be it. At this moment in history facing this national emergency, we would rather err on the side of you being able to pay your bills and keeping your family together. Future needs, we can discuss, we can debate, we can see what we can do with the state systems. But for the time being, no apologies. $600 a week from where I'm standing is exactly what Democrats are committed to. I hope Republicans as well. Because our belief is that this is the moment when we need to stand with these workers. I might say I support Rubio and Cardin and their efforts to help small businesses. I think that's the right thing to do. Bipartisan from the start and really without much controversy. Have we asked any of those businesses to produce net worth statements before they receive those benefits? No, we're not doing that. We understand this is an extraordinary moment. And we may do something different if we're thinking about long-term policy, but for the immediate policy, let us do the right thing. Let's err on the side of helping working families who are out of work. And that's why I would oppose this amendment if it's going to be offered by the senator from Nebraska. And I came to the floor to explain how we reached this point, and I hope that others will consider my point of view.
Thank you.
I yield the floor.
I would just say very briefly that I appreciate the comments from the senator from Illinois explaining his position. It seems to me that from where he started, he should actually be supporting the amendment, and then we should figure out what we would need to do to push on the Department of Labor to actually modernize their systems.
Liz, it's all taxpayers' money. all they doing is giving the taxpayers a little bit of their money back.
But I just want to say in public something that has been negotiated for the last 8 or 9 hours, and we haven't been able to get conversation partners really on that side of the aisle, which are, you are absolutely right that the Department of Labor says there are massive system problems in the states. And so given that we are entering a recession at this moment, and we're going to have lots and lots of needy Americans, the calls on these state departments of uninsurance benefits are substantial right now. And so I would just say, taking you at good faith, that you'd like to upgrade these systems so that we could do this thing which doesn't accidentally stimulate unemployment by disincentivizing work. I've been trying all afternoon to get people on that side of the aisle to say, hey, maybe we can't get this solved by day 1 of the new unemployment insurance benefits, but by week 8 or 9, maybe we should have been able to get to a place where the Department of Labor had the resources to help these state departments of unemployment insurance deal with this. So I'll follow up with you offline because I would like to work with you on trying to upgrade these systems. I have one more thing to say, but if you want to get in a word, please go ahead.
Yeah, I would. In the nature of a question through the chair, which I believe is the appropriate procedural.
The presiding officer is very liberal on these things. He's pretty easy.
This is actually turning out to be a debate on the floor of the Senate. It's almost historic. But I would just say this. We disagree on one basic premise. I don't believe giving people $1,200, as the president has suggested, for each adult, or if they ended up with a net gain out of our approach of $2,000, that we've now turned them into lazy people who will not go back to work. They'll just wait for the next government check. These aren't the people I know, and they aren't the people you know. By and large, these are hardworking people who, with an additional $1,000, may finally be able to buy that refrigerator, may finally be able to get that car fixed, may finally be able to get some dental work done. So I don't think paying them a little extra here is going to change their lifestyle and attitude toward hard work.
Yeah, so I think it's pretty, we were agreeing for a while, but I think it is pretty important here to underscore that your math isn't real. The reality is, in lots and lots and lots of states in the country where people are earning $12 or $13 or $14 or $15 an hour right now, the unemployment option they're going to be offered is going to be more like $24 or $25 an hour. We're not talking about $1,000 over the course of these 4 months. We're talking about cases where people might have an annualized wage right now of $30,000 and be looking at an unemployment benefit of $1,000 a week, which is $50,000 annualized. So your math isn't real. The reality is it isn't $600 total. It's $600 on top of what the unemployment benefits already were in that state. And so there are lots of people who are struggling to work hard, to love their neighbor. We got a lot of health aides in Nebraska who make $16 an hour. That's a $32,000 a year job. Their work is important. That's a vocation. People need them. There are sick people from COVID-19 and other diseases right now in Nebraska that need the benefit of those health aides. And you've just told them in this bill, we've just told them in this bill, yeah, your work's a little bit important, but look at this. You could make substantially more money if you didn't do the hard thing of trying to figure out what do we do with our kids today when school's closed and I don't know how to do daycare, and my sister agreed to help take care of my kids, but do I really put the burden on her when I don't actually have to go to work to get this same money? In fact, I can get substantially more money by going on the unemployment insurance program. That's a disincentive to work that I don't think you believe in. I know I don't believe in it, and I know nobody in my state believes in it. It's not a Republican versus a Democratic issue. This is an American issue. We believe in workers, and we believe in work, and we don't believe government should come in and say, it's much better off to be a non-worker than a worker. You can make a lot more money being a non-worker than a worker. We're not talking about people who suffered layoffs last week. We're talking about creating a system here which will incentivize more unemployment next week. That's a mistake by this Congress, and we could and we should be doing better than that tonight. I know the senator from Texas has been trying to get in, so Mr. President, I'll yield the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator from Texas. Mr. President, this bill is going to pass overwhelmingly. It may pass unanimously tonight, but I think this amendment would make it substantially better. I expect we'll see a party line vote on this amendment. I think that's unfortunate because the consequence of the system, the unemployment insurance system in this bill right now, is that we're going to substantially disincentivize work, and it's going to hurt workers. It's going to hurt small businesses. Let me give you a concrete example. In Texas right now, the maximum unemployment insurance is $521 a week. After this bill passes, that will rise from $521 a week to $1,121 a week. That is just over $58,000 a year. That means in the state of Texas, we're going to be paying people, offering them basically $28 an hour not to work. Now listen, every one of us recognizes people are hurting. The problem is the incentive. We're creating an incentive that will hurt small businesses. If you've got a waiter or waitress who's lost their job for a few weeks, they're on unemployment and they're making $25, $26, $28 an hour, suddenly the prospect of going back to that job and seeing the money they're making going down substantially, that doesn't seem too attractive. And suddenly the restaurant owner that's trying to make the small business work can't attract those workers back. And that's bad for everyone. Incentives matter. We want people to work. And so I would ask the senator from Illinois, you said the problem with implementing this principle, that we shouldn't pay people more not to work than they make working. You said the problem was administrative, that the Department of Labor and the states couldn't do it. Would the senator agree with this amendment, and would the Democratic Party agree with this amendment if it simply had language inserted to the best extent practicable? So acknowledging that it may not be practicable, but would you agree with the principle that in implementing this, the states and the Department of Labor should try to make sure we're not paying people more not to work than they would make if they were working?
Is that a question directed to me through the chair?
I'll yield to the senator from Illinois.
All right, let me just say at the outset, we are talking about people who did not voluntarily leave their jobs. These people did not voluntarily leave their jobs. They were terminated, they were laid off, they were furloughed. These are not people who are gaming a system. These are people who are victims of a system that is hurt by this national emergency. And secondly, if we are erring on the side of giving struggling, hardworking families an additional $1,000 a month, $1,000 a month, for goodness sakes, I'm not going to apologize for a moment. These people are living paycheck to paycheck in many respects. If they're making $15 an hour, that's $30,000 a year. And for us to say, well, they're going to end up with $1,000 now, they'll never go back to work, those people. I don't believe that. And we've been contacted in this world of social media and such by nurses who say, so you think we're going to quit our jobs so that we can take on advantage of the unemployment benefits? No. We go to our jobs and we do what we have to do, and the amount of money is secondary.
So if I could reclaim my time.
I'll be happy to, and I thank the senator from Texas. But I would just say this, yes, in this respect, I agree with you. Take a look at the state systems of paying unemployment benefits. We are told by the U.S. Department of Labor, many of them are way behind the modern technology and cannot meet what you have stated as your goal here. If we want to work toward that goal of improving those state systems, as Senator Scott said earlier, I'll join you in that effort. But let's not apologize for perhaps sending an extra $1,000. And one last point, we're asking these people to stay home. We're asking them to help us defeat this virus by not working. Stay with your family. So one of the incentives here, if there's a good unemployment benefit coming in, is that they can keep their families together while they obey this directive, at least from government, state, and federal.
So these quarantines are going to end. The period of staying at home is going to end. But under the policy favored by the Democratic senators, there's going to be an incentive that's going to end up with more people being unemployed. Let's say you're a restaurant owner, and if you keep your employees on, maybe through a small business loan, you can pay them, say, $10 or $11 or $15 an hour, whatever you're paying. But if you let them go, they can go on unemployment and make a whole lot more money. You don't think there are going to be a lot of small business owners that have their employees saying, wait a second, I can make more money? That's a bad incentive. We want to create incentives. I agree people want to work, but government can mess that up. If we make it more profitable, I'd much rather, look, the checks we're sending, the $1,200 a person, that doesn't create an incentive. It's not $1,200 if you do X conduct. We want incentives that bring people back to work so that these small businesses that are closing their doors every day don't stay closed. They open up again. They have opportunity again. And it is a perverse incentive to pay people more not to work than to work. Yes, we should help them, but we shouldn't trap them, and that's what this policy...
Senator Deal, for a question.
Of course.
As a senator, I'm sure you're acutely aware this is a 4-month program We are not offering people this benefit indefinitely. I hope we don't have to renew it. But to say that I'm going to change my lifestyle and give up returning to the place where I've worked forever, where I was just laid off because they closed the restaurant because of a 4-month program, I don't think so. I think people are more loyal to the workplace if they're treated fairly. And if we end up giving them an additional $1,000 a month at the end of the day, I think it's the right thing to do.
The incentives matter. And we don't want to delay a recovery from this crisis by 4 months. Hopefully, we stop this global pandemic and we stop it soon. You don't know how soon that will be. I don't know. And one of the benefits of this bill is we're flooding more resources, and we should be, into testing, into preventative gear, into ventilators. There's a lot we need to do to stop this pandemic. But when it ends, and it will end, we will get through this. We want people to go back to work, not 4 months from now. We want them to go back to work as soon as they're able to go back to work. And that's what our economy needs to be strong. I would note again that I posed a question to the Senator of Illinois. Would he take a modification that acknowledged the administrative problems, but said this is the principle we should follow, that you shouldn't be paid more not to work than you are paid to work? And the Senator from Illinois didn't answer that.
Neil, for a question. Does the Senator support the Trump administration's cash payment to these families, which comes to them whether they work or not?
I do. I'm going to vote for it, but it doesn't create an incentive because it's not. This is where too many in the Democratic Party don't understand the incentives of trapping people out of work. Incentives are future looking. Sending these checks right now, if you make $75,000 or less, you're going to get a check in the mail in the next couple of weeks. That's help and relief, but it doesn't create an incentive for conduct tomorrow. What I don't want is people to be sitting there making a choice, make a very rational choice. Look, if you're sitting there and saying, well, gosh, I can make a lot more money staying at home with my kids and not working than if I go back to the job, that's not an irrational decision. If you're making up $28 an hour to stay at home, we're causing that problem if we're incentivizing people not to work, and that's not ultimately in their interest or in the economy's interest. This is hurting workers to pay them more not to work than they would make if they were working.
Just comment and say this. I don't think President Trump's cash payment or an additional $1,000 a month or whatever it is under the employment benefit is going to make a worker lazy and government dependent. These are not the people I know. These are people who get up and work hard every darn day. And if they get an extra helping hand out of this, so be it. We're trying to deal with a health crisis and help these families get through it. That's where we started on this side of the aisle. We may talk about something in the future and approach it a little differently, but I don't think it makes them lazy to receive the president's cash payment or to receive an extra payment from this unemployment benefit.
So with respect, the Senator from Illinois is suggesting this is somehow some negative moral judgment that it makes them lazy. It's exactly the contrary. I'm saying people behave according to rational incentives. We don't want to, look, our girls are 11 and 8 at home. We have incentives all the time, positive incentives, negative incentives. Incentives work. We don't want to create a system where someone being perfectly rational and reasonable says, well, gosh, I can make a lot more money for my family staying home than I can going to work. If I go to work, my family makes less money. That's not a question of being lazy. That's a question of the government is putting me in a position where if I want to care for my kids, I can do a better job of that by staying home. That is really foolish. And that, unfortunately, is the position right now of what I expect to be the Democratic senators who will vote no on this. That is a bad policy for workers. It's a bad policy for small businesses. It's a bad policy for the economy. We should support jobs, not paying people not to work. Give them a safety net. Yes. Give them relief. Yes. But don't create incentives that make the problem worse. And that's what this Democratic policy will do. I yield the floor.
The senator from Delaware spoke first.
Thank you.
And is recognized.
Thanks very much. To my colleagues, I think Senator from Nebraska and South Carolina know that I have great affection and respect for them and have from the day they got here. I used to be state treasurer. I was elected at the tender age of 29, and Delaware had the worst credit rating in the country we were dead last, and we couldn't balance our budgets to save our souls. And we had pretty much no money in our unemployment insurance fund. Over time, we straightened out our finances, had elected a guy named Pete DuPont as our governor. I was treasurer for a while, and a Democratic and a Republican legislature split. And we learned how to work together, something we call the Delaware way. And later on, as I get to be governor, succeeded not Pete DuPont, but Mike Castle, who was his successor. But I was very active in the National Governors Association. They even let me be chairman for a while. I was the lead Democratic governor on welfare reform when I was a member of the National Governors Association. I was raised in a coal mining town in West Virginia. We, parents, not much money, deep faith, hard work. And my dad used to say to my sister and me, I don't care if you have to work 3 jobs to pay your bills, work 3 jobs. That's really the way I was raised. You might suspect that most of us here were raised that way. Strong work ethic. When I was involved as the lead Democratic governor on welfare, I used to say, people ought to be better off working than they are on welfare. Bill Clinton said that often. I really believe that. And the thing that's wrong with welfare, our welfare system, people are actually better off staying home than they were working. It's so kind of the same principle we're talking about here. Every state has its own unemployment insurance fund. We have one in Delaware, we have one in Nebraska, one in Texas, one in Illinois. They're different. And different benefits are calculated in different states. And in Delaware, I just got off the phone, colleagues, with a fellow named Saran Cade, used to be a member of my team when I was earlier in my time in the Senate. He's now Secretary of Labor. And I said,
all right, so I'm getting bored. Yeah, I'm getting bored. Is anybody still here? Did everybody else get bored? Anybody still here? Anybody still here? God darn. They was putting me to sleep. They arguing about a little bit of money. Why they just can't compromise? If they want to give them, if the Democrats want to give them an extra 1,000, why can't the Republicans say, well, let's do an extra 500. I'll meet you halfway. And then mosey on. I'm sure the people would rather have 500 than have nothing extra. The Republican is saying that it's only for 4 months. He's saying that what if the disease goes away in a month? People can still choose to stay on unemployment and get that extra 1,000 for 3 months. Whether it's an extra 500 or extra 1,000, it's going to end in 4 months. This disease, unless we do something drastic, will be here in 4 months. So what's the problem? When the 4 months is up, them people going to go to work. Well, boss, you're back open, but you know, it's still a month left of this 4. I'm going to wait 1 more month, and then I'll come back. They're going to hire somebody else. Then when they come back, there ain't going to be no job, because everybody else would have came and took them. So what's the big deal? They're going to need that 1,000. Yeah. If you got people that's going to try and work the system like that, they're going to need that 1,000. But by the time they sit around and keep trying to collect that extra 1,000, when it ends in 4 months, if this virus go away in 4 months, which I doubt, they go right back down to the same unemployment payment they would have got before this virus. They're going to go out there and work. If they can't find work, at least they got that extra 4,000 to help them hold on until they can find work. Because the go-getters, the minute everything open back up, they're going to be right there, ready to work, boss. The people that he's talking about that's going to try and work the system, when they come back, it ain't going to be no job for them. Somebody else going to have it. So why you worry about somebody having some extra money? The go-getters are the people that get it. The people who don't do nothing, you normally wind up with nothing. So before they have to break in your house or try to rob you, at least they'll have that extra 1,000 to pay their bills with. I open the floor. Would anybody like to state an opinion on that? I open the floor. If we can get these people to stay in the house for 4 months and only had to give them 1,000, now I'm staying. Why is that bad? Let them stay home. That's an incentive to stay home. Stay home and don't spread the virus. Stay home and don't catch it. But that's my opinion. Anybody else got a counter opinion? Let me. Now, I said there's no point in holding everyone hostage based on it in maybes. Let me ask this question. Let's look at the new cases. If every day we picking up new cases at almost every state, getting new cases. If every day we picking up new cases, do you see this being under control in 4 months without no cure? Be honest. Now we just took a look. Look at all them new cases. Yesterday it was the same, whole bunch of new cases. Day before that, whole bunch of new cases. Day before that, whole bunch of new cases. Tomorrow, it's going to be a whole bunch of new cases. Day after that, it's going to be a whole bunch of new cases. Every time we see a whole bunch of new cases, that's another 2 weeks you got to add on. If a month from now we still seeing new cases, you got to add 2 weeks onto that. At the end of that 2 weeks, we still getting new cases. Guess what? You got to add on another 2 weeks. They talking about something for 4 months. Do you think the virus is going to still be here in 4 months? Like I said, you can't predict human nature. What's bound to happen will happen. The fact of the matter is, somebody will always take advantage. But because somebody might take advantage, does that mean you make those who would never think of it suffer because somebody else might take advantage? Like I said, as health professionals stated, it'll be around for a good while. It's a 4-month plan. It's not a forever plan. It'd be different if it was forever. I don't see this going away in 4 months. Do y'all? Be honest. I know you want it to, but do you seriously see it? With all of the new cases that keep coming up. And the death toll is going to rise. We haven't seen the worst of it yet. This is still the beginning. They're giving families that were laid off because the businesses had to close to keep people in the house so they wouldn't be getting infected or infect anybody. It's giving them an extra $1,000 a month for 4 months to stay home and stop spreading the disease. Is that going to cripple the U.S. economy? That's what they're arguing over. The Republicans are saying that people are going to take advantage of the system. If they could give us a date when there'll be a cure for this, if they can give us a date for a cure, then they can set a limit. But if they can't give us a date for the cure, now it says a great deal of citizens will need the funds no one will become wealthy with. Yeah, we talking about 4 months, $4,000. Well, it ain't fair, you know. They're going to get more money than what we've been giving them, so now they're not going to want to go to work. Even if people choose to stay on it for the 4 months, the virus is still going to be here in 4 months. The virus started last year. It's still here. Unless somebody come up with a cure. Listen, there's always the bad seed in the bunch. So do you let the bad seed ruin the whole bunch? Don't you take out the bad seed and still use the good seeds? If next week they come up with a vaccine and people can go back to work, and let's say out of 1 million people that's on unemployment, say 950,000 go back to work. People who say 50,000 say, well, I'm going to ride it out because it's still 2 months left on the bill. I'm going to go ahead and get that money. I'm going to go ahead and get that money. While they sitting at home getting that money, somebody that was making less than what they are going to take them jobs. And when that 4 months is up and they are ready to come back to work, oh, your job been filled. Huh? Your job been filled, man. We've been back to work for 2 months, man. Where you been? I was taking advantage of getting this extra money. Well, I'm glad you did, because I ain't got no place for you. Somebody that was making less money that be glad to make what you was making are going to take that job. And then you're going to have to take that job for less money. The job that they left, it'll be open for you. And you'll make less money. So you're going to need that money. I'm just saying. Karma is the bee. Well, go around, come around. You know, there's a YouTuber. Y'all hear me mention him a lot. His name is JD from New York. He started his YouTube channel on video gaming. Then he ran into somebody named Jesse LaBar or somebody. And he started doing a wrestling review. People enjoyed his reviews on the wrestling so much that he quit his job. He also got a job at a federation that what's his name? That Master P bought out. It's called HOG Wrestling. It's in New York. It's a little independent, real small. He got a job commentating now. But guess what? The wrestling, they still holding the weekly shows, TV shows, so he can still do the reviews. But his HOG, they was only doing a show maybe once or twice a month. Now they're not doing that. So his backup job gone for right now. He's in New York. New York is locked down. It's somebody going to a wrestling match. People are not watching it because there's no crowd. They holding the shows, you know, with no people in the audience. So a lot of people are not watching. But now he's dependent on those that keep watching, because if they don't watch his review, he doesn't get any money. If they don't hit his Patreon or his Super Chat, he don't make no money. If this keeps up, he's going to go under. Unless his fans support him. But he quit his job and he took a chance. He's going to suffer. And I don't know if he can apply for unemployment. Because officially, he's not working anywhere. He's holding a YouTube show. And if he's not filing taxes on the money he's making, he's not going to be able to apply for unemployment. You think that 1,000 wouldn't help him out? If he's legit, you think that 1,000 wouldn't help him out? Now he said YouTube is a recession proof. Well, he gave up everything. So what about people like the man in Atlanta. If people are not working and they can't afford to donate, is he gonna lose his 2 cars? Is he gonna lose his struggle mansion? Will he be able to pay his child support? The man in Detroit, his wife works. She would get that extra 100,000 if she had to go. Is that man gonna come on begging even more than he is? Are people gonna say, "Hey, we having our own problems here, man. We can't help you, man. Go get a job." Oh, you can't work. That's right. Everybody getting laid off. Well, but see, his donors would likely be donating if they receive the stimulus. If they don't give the stimulus, then what? I got laid off my job, man. And I got my own family to worry about. I love to send you a couple dollars, man, but every dollar count right now. You know? If they approve the stimulus plan, I'm gonna spend it all on food and put some on the BG&E, and I'll be all right. If people donate them, even better. But the people whose whole income depends on YouTube, if it gets to the point that they lock us down and people can't go out and work, can people really afford to support YouTubers? There are some people that make a lot of money selling products. If people get locked down and they can't afford to buy the products, the Amazon affiliate or whatever, what's going to happen to those YouTubers? I'm sure they can use that extra $1,000 a month. You know? If I had to depend on donations for everything, I'd be homeless. I couldn't imagine depending on donations for everything. No wonder these people act a fool. I'm fortunate that I don't have to act a fool. And these crazy topics. Black women this, black men that. They do that because the people donate because that's what they want to hear. Naya said, I witnessed one asking for extra donations. I was on here from September 17 to the end of May in 18. I came every day with videos and didn't get a donation. They're nice to get. They really help. But it's rough to be totally dependent on it. I couldn't imagine. It's hard to get money to go to the market. I couldn't imagine having to. I need $625 to pay the rent. Y'all ain't donating. What's going on here? BG&E bills $190 and nobody not donating. I couldn't imagine it. I couldn't imagine having your whole future depending on somebody else. But if this get bad, you're going to see a lot of people leaving YouTube. Watch. There are people that spend $200 a month on Wi-Fi. I spend $40 on his phone. And we able to come here every day for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hours a day if need be. Imagine if I had a $200 Comcast bill or $200 Xfinity bill. And I only depended on donations. And it got to the point where they told everybody they had to stay home, so you can't go work. So you can't go work. You gotta take care of your own. You ain't got time to be helping no YouTuber out. You know, I be watching I watched the Solar Monster. He'll go live and talk about the wrestling. And before he even start, I'll see the donations up at the top of the screen. Somebody had donated 50, then somebody topped it with 55, then somebody did 75, then somebody did 100. He had a show on the other day, and I tuned in there. Guess what? There wasn't no donations up there. What did that mean? Normally he got stopped every 5 minutes to announce the super chats. No, he didn't. So what did they tell you? What did that say? I remember tuning. I was like, "Whoa! Look at the whoa, whoa, whoa!" Last show he did, there wasn't no super chats up there. It goes to show you. He was saying, "Wait a minute now, I got laid off. I can't be getting this man no daggone super chat." Appreciate the entertainment. I'm glad he come on here, but can't do it. Lil Bonnie need a dress. Lil Jack needs some shoes. Gotta make sure we got money for food. Everybody's sitting at home now. The gas and electric is going through the roof. Can't do it. So I'm fortunate not to be, I'm fortunate not to be in that position. And like I said, as much as I don't want to get into a cab, because I really don't. I've been going to the market frequently because it gives us content. Now that might not be such a wise idea. Maybe go one time, then call a cab to go back and just load up. That's what I used to do. But doing that kept this channel up. The sermons and the mobile lives. We were doing everything else on the other channels. But we kept this channel going with the mobile lives, the Family Feud when we were doing it, and the sermons. You know? Because I would rather come on here and ask for $10 or $20 to go to the market to get some food than to ask for $700 or $800. Yeah, you know, I got to pay my rent. Y'all, we pay the rent. I gave up my income to come entertain y'all. Y'all gonna bail on me? I got them 2 cars out there to pay for. I got this child support to pay. I got to pay for this new mansion here. I'm paying for this website for y'all to come on here. The stuff that we can't show on YouTube. I got 2 websites here. I'm paying $150 for these 2 websites. Y'all ain't kicking nothing out. Sorry, man. I'm fortunate. No, now you're doing the one haul. Kept down on the extras. I was just loading up on, beforehand, I was loading up on meats. I would fill the refrigerator and the freezer with meats. But now, y'all got me getting side orders and getting rice and all these other things. When we first was going to the market, we were spending $20 at a time. Now, it's $50. And these last 4 trips, it seems like I'm coming out with no bags. We used to go spend $26 and I'd be trying to figure out how I'm going to get it home. And now it's like, we spend $50 and it all fit. Like, what happened? But it's those extras. The macaroni and cheese, the stir fry for the vegetables, the cheese, the ground beef. The turkey ground beef at $8.95 ain't bad. But the regular ground beef is anywhere, if I can find it for $12, I try to get it. But it's usually between $20 just for a pack. That add up. Especially when you only get 100 and something for food. That money add up quick. Like I say, I stopped getting the Sunkiss. The Sunkiss went up to $2.99. So that's why I get the root beer and the Hawaiian Punch, even though I'm sick of it. Sick of that grape Hawaiian Punch. And I still got a box left. You see, I'm drinking water today. That lets you know I'm getting sick of it. But I do what I gotta do. But those are only $149. Half the price of what it is to get the Sunkiss, the Canada Dry. They want $2.99. So that's why we don't get the Sunkiss anymore. Yeah, I am. But like I say, I don't know what time that market opened, but y'all said to go to that one. And I went there early and I was able to get some chicken. I still got 2 packs left. I'm going to make, I got a pack of thighs. It's 4 thighs and I got a pack of 5 legs. So I'm going to make the thighs tonight, to watch the wrestling with when I get off. And I'm trying to decide what side order. I got the spaghetti in a can, and I got one sweet corn left. I don't want to use the packs of rice. I want to make that with the sausage links. Remember, I got that bag of sausage links. So I'm gonna make we're gonna have Chinese food. So I'll have the chicken tonight, one pack, the other pack the next night, and then we'll eat the 3. It's 4 packs, so I should be able to eat that. If you go 2 times a day, then that's 2 days, and then I got the stir fry, and I could make that, and that's I should be able to get 3 meals. I should be able to get 3 meals out of that, and maybe somebody will donate by then, and I can go get something to finish out the month. But not gonna worry about that right now. Naya said, while you're over there, head to the Dollar Tree for more flavors. They totally 2 different directions. The Dollar Tree is on the other side of that big park. And I'm going to take the big power bank to go over there. I'm going to figure out how I'm going to transport it. But I'm going to need to take the big power bank to go over there. Because y'all remember how many miles it was? But yeah, we can make out like a bandit at the like you said, the dollar store sell food now. I just wish it was one close to me. That's my problem with it. It's not one close, but I can get there. I think I can get there on the scooter. I can get there. The problem is, now you say the Aldi's, there ain't an Aldi's near me. That's the problem with Aldi's. Let me see. Aldi's food market near me. It's one 2.7 miles away. It's one 2.2 miles away. Gardenville Shopping Center. That's 2.7 miles. That's a ways. It's supposed to get 8 miles, and the weight limit is 300, and I'm at 290. I go between 270 and 290, so I'm at the higher end, so I'm not going to get 8 miles. I'm going to get 6, not counting hills. This one says 2.2 miles. So let's see where that one is. Where's that one at? Frankfurt Avenue. Okay. All right, this is me here. And I think what would be the best way to get there? They want me to go through the middle of the park. How would you go walking? Even though I'm on a scooter, how would you go walking? So it's one here. That's East Fayette Street, 3520 East Fayette Street. All right, what about the other one? Let's go back. Let's back up. Where's the other one? Let's go here. Where's Gardenville? Even though it's 0.5 miles farther. Let's see. 4212. I visited 3 years ago. You sure? All right, and we walking. 1 hour and 7 minutes. Oh Lord. 3.2 miles. So the bridge is out. So we can't go straight across. We would have to go down through the park and then come around. It's way up there? Oh Lord. Whoa, that's a long way. Whoa. Oh, but there's a Dollar Tree though. So if I come down and I go up Harford Road and I take Edison Avenue, I can come down Edison Avenue, make the right on Belair Road, and there's a Dollar Tree. But if I go up to the Aldi, look at that, y'all. I gotta go all the way up there. And then turn around and then come back and come all the way back down. And then come around. Oh, man. That's a ways. That's a ways. That's why I say, why ain't there, that's the Family Dollar right there. Why ain't there no Dollar Tree or what you call it around me? That day when we took the bike down to the lake, I just went around this part of it and then came down and came back out and then went to the store. I had to charge the bike up. So I'm just trying to think. Because like I said, I could go down here by the park and just cut down and then come back. Or cut down. None of these side streets go all the way through. I could take Urban Avenue, but it's kind of busy. I might do better. I think this is Chesterfield. I might do better coming down Chesterfield. Because there's a park right here. I can just ride down the sidewalk. And see this water right here? This is where the bridge is. The bridge is down. They've been working on that bridge for over a year now. Cause it's a Safeway right here, and it's a Family Dollar right here, and a Little Caesars. But even if I had the money, I couldn't get them to deliver because they would have to go around. They would have to go around the water. They would have to come all the way down here and come all the way up. So they would have to come. They would have to come down. They would have to take Parkside Drive, come all the way down, then come all the way back up, and then come all the way over. They ain't gonna come that far. But they could just came out of there and just went straight and been like, bam. Take the satellite view. Because I want to look at the park. See, this is a golf course. And so, that's Chesterfield. But it don't go all the way through. So let's cut back over. We're going the wrong way. This is the park. See, this is a golf course. So that's a trail. Where that trail start at? Could I cut through that trail? Hiram Run Trail. So where's that at? All right, that's Harford Road. What's on the other side? Okay. Wait a minute. I'm further up than I wanted to be. Hold on, y'all. I'm further up. This is Harford Road. This is the road where I be going down, and before I get to that gas station and y'all see the school and the train tracks. Okay, that's Chesterfield. This is the road I told y'all I would probably take. And y'all can see there ain't no sidewalk. Expand that some. There ain't no sidewalk on that side. There's one on this side though. So I had to take I was hoping that it would be a sidewalk over here because it's a park. See? It's a park. And look how big this park is, y'all. I had to come all the way up this road. And see, here's the bridge. Because of the water right there, that bridge is down. So you can't get over here. Because I wanted to take y'all to the mayor's house, remember? That's on Water Boulevard right here. But I can't get to it because the bridge is out. So to get to it, I would have to come. See, this bridge is out. So to get to it, I would have to come. I'm looking. Nope. Oh, we haven't heard from him. Look at how far. There's Chesterfield. I'm gonna show you how far up I am. Keep looking now. We're gonna have to ride this just to get to Chesterfield. Wait a minute. I think I'm going the wrong way. Wait a minute. Hold on a sec. Lake Avenue. I'm going the wrong way. Hold on a sec. I'm going the wrong way. We still on Harford Road, right? Wait a minute. How is that possible? That's Chesterfield. So yeah. Okay. Okay, I was going right. Lake Avenue, yeah. Lake Montebello Drive. Yep. That's the lake right there. That's the water. Y'all see the water for the lake? And I keep telling y'all I want to take y'all to the lake. That's what we're going to see. That's the lake right there. I'm trying to get away from the lake. Hold on a sec. Okay, what's this? East 32nd, Helen. Hold on. This is where. Right now. This is where I broke down at. I was right here in front of this house. Remember on my birthday? When I broke down on the first bike, I was right here. Let me show you how far I was away from the house. The cab had to take me hope I'm going the right direction. There's the Alameda. No, that's Black News 102. Wait a minute. Are we going backwards? No, we're going the wrong direction. Hold on, we're going the wrong direction. Back it up. Oops. We're going the wrong direction. The person getting lost here on the maps. So that when you don't have no car. That's 33rd Street. That's 32nd. All right, we're back on Hoffa Road. Okay. So stay on Hoffa Road now. Okay, that's 31st. Okay. Okay, that's 30th. Okay, there's the Hip Hop Fish and Chicken. That is a walk. I walked that a couple times. All right, that was Helen Avenue again. Stay on Hoffa Road now. Remember now, I got travel orders. Now, when y'all see me ride home from the market sometimes, you'll see me come down this road. And then we make the right. We make the right here. And then we come down. And y'all see me in the street with the big cars. It's this road right here. And we ride down. There's Gorsuch. When y'all see me go down the hill and we go, wee, it's at the top of this hill. Sometimes we'll take this hill down. And this is my street right here. And you come up. It got speed bumps on it. That's why I don't take it. So y'all can see that it's a walk just down to the main road. This is where I live right here. This is the apartment that I'm hoping to get. See it? It is smaller. You can look here. You can see it's smaller. There's the courtyard I was telling y'all about. There's the black gate. There's the door with the one step. So it is smaller. Unless they cut into the main building here, it is smaller. Look, y'all. It is smaller. Man. Let me see something. God darn, how many pages did we open up? For God's sake. Thank you. Alrighty, I hope she alright too, I asked her was she okay and told her we was worried about her. That was a minute ago. She didn't respond, so I texted again. Hello. Hello. So maybe that'll irritate her into responding. Do y'all remember the name of the market the driver was talking about? Hey driver, are you listening? Okay, y'all, she responded back. She said she's okay. She's helping a friend with her auction tonight as a mod. So I told her, okay, thanks for letting us know you're okay. All right, y'all, she is okay. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Salvation Army Market. She said she was also listening to her governor. He's a joke. Salvation Army Market. DMG Foods. DMG Foods near me. And go. Now, why didn't give us the same thing we had before? I hate when they do that. All right, here we go. 400 East 29th Street. So let's go directions. Let's see if we can blow this up. All right. So this is me right here on the map. See that circle right here? And we have to go up, make a left on Kirk Avenue, and then take Exeter Hall. And yeah, I remember when you cross Lock Raven, and then if y'all remember that night that I had to ride from the 7-Eleven all the way up to the other 7-Eleven, we went up Lock Raven. When I told y'all about the milk factory, what was the Green Spring Dairy? So we had to ride past that, and then we go up here, and this hill is really steep though. I might do better. What is that Frisbee? I might do better to go up to Frisbee and then take Frisbee, it dead end, and then we come back out. There ain't no other street to go all the way through, is it? It's just really steep. It's really steep right here. I mean, it's really steep. If I remember. When you cross Lock Raven, this is really steep. It's gonna burn a lot of the battery. Well, it ain't that bad though. It's gonna burn up a lot of battery. I meant to bring a power bank. It's gonna burn up a lot of battery. But okay, let's exit the hall. And we come to 29th Street. So the McDonald's is right here. So it's that building. I thought it was a library or something. That's it right there, the driver. I thought it was a library. So let me see if I can pinpoint that. And then let me blow it up. Let me zoom in. Did I blow it up too much? What happened? Oh, satellite, my bad. Gotta look at the satellite view. There we go. Now blow it up. Where we at? There's Exeter Hall. She says, talking about her governor, now after more deaths, I guess he's considering more actions. Government is messing up. Should have shut down the states. I told her if she was here, she could have backed me up. I've been saying that all night. They need to shut everything down. All right, hold on a sec. Wait a minute. Yeah. Okay, because that's a shopping center, and that's the Family Dollar in them right there, right? Yep, they're in the parking lot. It's this part right here. I will never forget this hill. Ain't it? Can't see far down. Hold on. That's the school. Where's Lock Raven? Where you at, Lock Raven? There's Lock Raven. It's a little bit down here, and then it start going up. Right about here. Man, this is steep. Let me tell you. Because I remember I was on the first bike. I had to get off and walk it. Y'all remember that video? I had to walk up the hill. She says she's sorry she couldn't be here, but she promised somebody else that she would help her with her auction. So that's why she's not here, y'all, but she's okay. Yeah, right here. This is the worst part right here. I mean, this incline, the first bike, it killed it. Now, when we came on the bike, the second bike, we scaled it. But man, I felt the burn in my legs. That's an incline. I know it's going to drain the scooter battery. That's going to put a hurting on that scooter battery. But once you get up there, that's the KFC right there. And those of y'all that follow me, y'all should know. So is this it right here? No, that's not it. It's the big building. Here it is, DMG Foods. I thought this was a library. Can we blow it up some more? I thought this was a library. Salvation Army grocery store. Does it have a parking lot? Look how big it is. They got a parking lot? This boy huge. Yeah, it do. All right, y'all. So the next time somebody donate, we're going to go up to the Salvation Army store. If not, we'll wait till the 3rd. We're going to go check it out. I'm assuming that's the door right there because I don't see no other way in. I'm going up. That's gated. And this is fenced in. Yeah, that's fenced in. So this got to be the way in right here. But DMG Foods. Salvation Army grocery store. So this must be the way in right here. So we're going to have to go check that out. So, that's not bad. So, if I take my street, you still gonna have to deal with that steep hill. There ain't no other side street we can take up. I could go up and then I could go up to Frisbee and then make a left. That's Greenmount right there. Or I could just go straight up. I could go straight up and then come down Barkley Street. I could go straight up and come down Barkley Street and then make a right, or just come up the way they say. I might be better just going straight up my street. Yeah, I might be better to go straight up my street and then cut over. I'm just concerned. Yeah, because I might as well go up to the light on Greenmount and then come over. And then once I get down to the four-way stop sign, yeah, when I come down to the four-way stop sign, I can cut over. What was that street called? Wait a minute. This is it right here. We're going straight up. Now, that's kind of sad we're going to pass it, but it's actually easier to go that way, traffic-wise. We don't want to get on Greenmount because I don't want to be trapped on Greenmount. So I can just go straight across and act like I'm going to the 7-Eleven, but keep straight. Instead of turning, I can keep straight. Instead of turning, I can keep straight and just take Barkley down. Yeah, that's going to be easier. Yeah, I think that'd be easier because it's straight up and I ain't got to deal with going by the school and deal about going by the projects. I'd rather just go straight up and then cut over on Barkley And that way, if I get in trouble, if there ain't no place to charge up in the I could always go by the Giant and charge up. Cause the Giant right there ain't that far away. So if we get in trouble, I could always, you know. All right. So, alrighty, Naya, I'm putting you in charge of the directions. I'm putting you in charge of the directions. Straight up, left on Barclay to get the DMG foods. Go straight up my street, make a left on Barclay, and it'll take us right to the door. That's the easiest way to get there. The other way, the sidewalks is raggedy, the streets is raggedy, and then that hill, that incline is so straight up. That incline is going to kill a battery. It's a couple of inclines that'll kill a battery on my street, but I'll take my chances because I know what the sidewalk look like, and I know what the street look like, and I'll be able to ride in the street most of the way. Except when a car come, I'll get out the way. And it's ramps to get up on the sidewalk in the middle of the block instead of just at the beginning and end of the block. So I'll go ahead and do that because that's my street and I know it. So we're going to go to DMG. Now let's look, let's see if anybody got any reviews. You only got one review? Oh, here we go. We got 114 Google reviews. All right, let's check it out. All right, they opened up at 8. All right, somebody said very positive experience, good selection of products, be back soon. Somebody says, I was pleasantly surprised during my first visit today, given that the food, desserts are all too evident in inner city neighborhoods. It was nice to see real food. The staff is accommodating and very friendly. Customer service is absolutely on point, and the store is well organized and clean. Regular prices are comparable. Sales prices are good. Shelves fairly well stocked. In time, I believe more and more offerings will be available. I'm looking forward to more produce. Thank you, Salvation Army, for meeting a great need. All right. And these are some of the pictures. We blow them up. All right. Is that stairs or is that a ramp? That's stairs. Wait a minute. How am I going to get in? Hold on, sir. That's a big box of cereal. 2 for $6, that ain't bad. That's a big box. Hold on, y'all. How am I going to get in? Look at all those stairs. Maybe I can get up on this sidewalk right here and ride up the grass. But they got stairs. I don't see no ramp. I see automatic doors. But that's a blessing. I don't see a ramp. All right, Ed, it's right here. It's right here, y'all. Can I expand it? You can't expand it. Can we open it in a new window? That ain't no help. But okay, y'all. That's the sidewalk right there. Okay. It's a ramp right here. Okay, there you go. All right. Woo. Okay. All right, I feel a little bit better here. Uh-oh. I'm trying to go back. It won't let me go back. Why can't I go back? Oh, man, I got to cancel the whole thing. Okay, there you go. All right. It opens, so it's open. It's closed on Sunday, but it's open Monday 8 to 8 every day but Sunday. Okay. All right. All right, pull the chat up. Alrighty, Naya says stimulus hall. Naya said it has to be. It is. It is. It's a ramp on the side. It's a ramp before the steps. I was ready to say whoosh. Every shame they had to take it apart to get up in there. I hope they got some Thomas English muffins. That's what I can go for. Some Thomas English muffins and some tuna fish. I can't believe I'm hooked on the tuna fish. I ain't had tuna fish in 20-some years. Bada bing. And I ain't had an English muffin in I don't know how long. I used to get them when I used to go to Denny's. I used to get that make your own slam. And I would get 3 eggs. I would get 3 sausage links, a big slice of ham, a bowl of grits, the small bowl, not the big bowl. And I would get the English muffin with butter and jelly on it. Or I would get the steak and eggs. And I would still get the grits and the English muffin. Somebody hit us up. Oh, that's Solomon stuff. And then the White House. The White House what? I'm going to take a chance and look at this. Hold on, y'all.
So, nice to be with you. America continues to gain ground in the war against the virus. I want to thank the American people for answering the call, following our guidelines, and making the sacrifices required to overcome this terrible threat. More aggressively, we commit to social distancing. So important. Social distancing, such an important phrase. And we do it right now. The more lives that we can save, and the sooner we can eventually get people back to work, back to school, and back to normal. And there are large sections of our country probably can go back much sooner than other sections. And we're obviously looking at that also. People are asking, is that an alternative? I say absolutely, it is an alternative. I have now approved major disaster declarations for New York, California, Washington, Iowa, Louisiana, Texas, and Florida. That has great significance, as you know, and legal significance. We're in a constant...
What are you doing?
Grouping,
what are you doing?
and
You doing what you want to do.
We have a large grouping of people that does nothing but communicate with
I hit it 3 times, 4 times.
we've been spending a lot of time with New York
Computer working with doing what they want to do.
By far the hottest spot. They've got
hey, can y'all hear?
Tough weeks ahead of them. The governor's doing a very good job. I spoke to the governor, Governor Cuomo, last night and this morning, and he mentioned that in his remarks that he's using that we are using, and I think he feels, because he understands negotiation, he thinks we're using very appropriately the Defense Production Act, and we're using it where needed. It's a great point of leverage. It's a great negotiating tool.
All right, I got it.
I will tell you, there's tremendous spirit from people.
And now it ain't showing up. You know what? You're killing me. You're killing me.
And I don't have to use it very much at all. They want to do it, as you know, General Motors is involved, Ford's involved, 3M's involved, others are involved, and they're all working very hard to produce all different products.
All right, so I got the link.
We had very little product when we came. We built it up, and
Thank you very much.
as fast as we can to the different states. We're also...
So, nice to be with you.
Come on, Chico. We ain't got all night.
Very little product when we came. We built it up, and we give it away as fast as we can to the different states. We're also, as you know, building numerous hospitals and medical centers throughout certain areas in New York. It's at the convention center, the Javits Convention Center. We're doing 4 hospitals, and we're doing throughout the state 4 medical centers there, somewhat different. I want you to know that I'm doing everything in my power to help the city pull through this challenge. I'm working very hard in New York. It's really by far our biggest problem. Maybe it will be, maybe it won't be. But there's a lot of good, capable people working on it with us, and our teams are working very well with the state representatives. We're also doing some very large testings throughout the country. I told you yesterday that in South Korea, this is not a knock in any way, because I just spoke with President Moon. We had a very good conversation about numerous other things, but they've done a very good job in testing. But we now are doing more testing than anybody by far. We do more in 8 days than they do in 8 weeks, and we go up on a daily basis exponentially. So it's really good. By the way, while I'm on it, I also spoke with Prime Minister Abe of Japan last night, and I congratulated him on a wise choice. I think it's going to be a fantastic Olympics 2021. I think it's going to be a fantastic Olympics. It was the absolute right decision to delay it for a full year and now have a full, beautiful Olympics. It's going to be very important, because it's probably the first time, maybe ever, or certainly in a long time, that it was on a odd year. It's always on an even year, they tell me. But he's going to have a fantastic success, and now they'll have even more time. He didn't need any more time. Everything was perfectly ready. What a job they've done. But Japan, I want to congratulate Japan, the IOC, and Prime Minister Abe on a great decision. I think it's going to be a fantastic Olympics. I told him I'll be there. I'll be there. As we fight to protect American lives, we're also protecting American livelihoods. Democrats and Republicans in the Senate are very close to passing an emergency relief bill for American workers, families, and businesses. This legislation, in addition to the 2 bills I signed this month, that includes, sick leave, and we have all sorts of things in for the workers, for families. But we have a tremendous paid sick leave provision
for workers at no cost at all to the employers. And that's a big thing, no cost to the employers. We want to get everybody back working. Together, this $2.2 trillion legislative package is bigger than anything, I believe, ever passed in Congress. Perhaps, relatively speaking, if you go back, look during the FDR New Deal days, there was something that if you time value it, you could say it was bigger. I don't know, but this is certainly, in terms of dollars, by far and away the biggest ever done. And that's a tremendous thing, because a lot of this money goes to jobs, and families. The Senate bill, as you know, includes $350 billion in job retention loans for small businesses, with loan forgiveness available for businesses that continue paying their workers. They continue paying their workers. That's what we want. We want them to keep their workers and pay their workers. This will help businesses keep workers on the payroll and allow our economy to quickly accelerate as soon as we defeat the virus. $300 billion in direct cash payments will be available for every American citizen earning less than $99,000 per year. That would be $3,400 very quickly for the typical family of four. Nothing like that's ever been done in our country. Up to $250 billion in expanded unemployment benefits. The average worker who has lost his or her job will receive 100% of their salary for up to 4 full months. Unlike normal unemployment benefits, independent contractors and the self-employed will be eligible. So you have independent contractors and self-employed people will be eligible for this. Over $100 billion to support the heroic work of our doctors, nurses, and hospitals. They've been incredible. $45 billion for disaster relief fund. So we are setting up a fund of $45 billion for disaster relief. That's more than doubling the amount available to support my national emergency and disaster declarations. It's a doubling up. $27 billion to build up the strategic national stockpile with critical supplies, including masks, respirators, pharmaceuticals, and everything you can imagine, because it was very depleted, like our military was depleted. Now we have a brand new military. Never had a military like this. We have equipment either coming or it's already come. For the most part, it's already come, but we have a lot of things that will soon be coming. Planes, missiles, rockets, lots of things. But the stockpile was very depleted, like everything else. This will also include significant funding for the development of vaccines on top of the $8 billion we approved several weeks ago. Over $500 billion in support for the hardest hit industries, with a ban on corporate stock buybacks, which is something I insisted on. And frankly, I tell you, the Republicans wanted that, and the Democrats wanted that. We wanted to use the money for the companies and the planes or whatever they may be helping to get over this rough patch. And I don't think it's going to end up being such a rough patch. I think it's going to, when we open, especially if we can open it, the sooner the better, it's going to open up like a rocket ship. I think it's going to go very good and very quickly. And you're going to have some tough new limits on executive compensation also. They need the money. They're going to have to sort of just make things work, because we're interested in the workers, the jobs. And we're interested in the companies, because that's really what fuels the workers in those great jobs. And we also have $16 billion in funding for the purchase of personal protective equipment. You know about that, such as masks and respirators through the strategic national stockpile. I encourage the House to pass this vital legislation and send the bill to my desk for signature without delay. I will sign it immediately. We will have a signing, and it'll be a great signing and a great day for the American worker and for American families, and frankly for American companies, some of which were having the best years they've ever had these last few years. And then a little bit less than a month ago, they went into a position that they haven't seen because of the hidden enemy, the virus. Earlier today, I spoke to the leaders of many of America's amazing nonprofit organizations. I thank them for their unwavering devotion to American people, to American families, to our nation. And they have been fantastic. They've been collecting supplies, distributing food, supporting healthcare workers, caring for vulnerable workers and families. I encourage them to continue to do it. But I'll tell you, the nonprofits have been fantastic. They've been great. They're great people, actually. I know a lot of them. Finally, I want to provide a brief update on the critical supplies. Through FEMA, the federal government has delivered or is in the process of shipping 9.4 million N95 respirators. Think of that, 9.4 million. 20 million surgical masks, and we have others that we think are going to be delivered pretty quickly. The whole world, you know, it's not just us, it's not just the States. The whole world is trying to get these things in competition with many, many countries. I believe today you broke the 150 mark for the virus. We have 150 countries, over 150 countries where you have this virus. And nobody would ever believe a thing like that's possible. Nobody could have ever seen something like this coming, but now we know, and we know it can happen and happen again. And if it does, somebody's going to be very well prepared because of what we've learned and how we've done. It's been incredible how we've done. Remember, there's more tests than anybody by far. And the news, the reporters, the media always likes to bring South Korea. They called me and they told me, it's amazing, your testing procedures are amazing. Plus, we have a test that's a very high-level test, and it's a test that's very accurate. 3.1 million face shields, 2.6 million surgical gowns, 14.6 million gloves, and almost 6,000 ventilators, which go to the areas of greatest needs. We sent, over the last day, 4,000 ventilators to New York. And I spoke with the governor about that. He was happy. I spoke with the mayor also about that, Mayor de Blasio. He was very happy. It's hard not to be happy with the job we're doing, that I can tell you. Throughout this national emergency, everyday heroes continue to step forward and demonstrate the extraordinary character of our nation, including the people behind me. By the way, these people are amazing. They are amazing people, and they become, I don't know, maybe I should just speak for myself, but to me, they become friends. Maybe they don't like me. Maybe they don't. Maybe they do. I don't know. All I can tell you is they're talented people that work very hard. In Maryland, a 7-year-old boy used his own birthday money to buy meals for dozens of senior citizens. In Nevada, a college student recruited 90 of her friends to help deliver groceries and supplies to the most vulnerable. This is happening all over the country, thousands and thousands of instances. I could stand up here all day and tell you about other things. In Minnesota, hundreds of medical students have volunteered to provide child care for hospital workers, helping to keep our doctors and nurses on the front lines, fighting to save lives. These inspiring Americans remind us that we all have a role to play in winning this great national battle, and it's really a worldwide battle. We're dealing with other nations all the time. The people here are, I am a little bit.
All right, hands are washed, keys are washed.
A lot of people, they're in trouble. A lot of countries are in big trouble. So now we will hear from our great Secretary of the Treasury. He's been working rather hard, I will tell you. Steve Mnuchin is a fantastic guy, and he loves our country, and he's been dealing with both sides, Republican and Democrats. He sort of lived over in that beautiful building. It's a very beautiful building. To me, one of the most beautiful buildings actually in the world, and he's gotten to know it, Steve, very well. So if we could have a little update, Steve, would be fantastic as to how we're doing and what it's looking like. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And first, let me say, I would like to thank Mitch McConnell for his leadership, and I'd also like to thank Chuck Schumer for the enormous bipartisan support we had on this bill, and the many senators, both Republicans and Democrats, that worked tirelessly over the last 5 days on all the task force. As the President said, I got to live in the LBJ room for the last 5 days, and we couldn't be more pleased with the unprecedented response from the Senate to protect American workers and American business in this situation. The president has outlined many of these, but let me just quickly go through them. Again, small business retention loans. This will cover roughly 50% of the private payroll in small businesses, where we will immediately make loans that will supply 8 weeks of salaries as long as they keep workers employed and overhead. And those loans will be forgiven at the end of the period as long as they keep workers employed. These are SBA loans, but the Treasury will be issuing new regulations authorizing almost every single FDIC insured bank to make these. I expect by the end of next week, we will have a very simple process where these can be made and dispersed in the same day. So this will be a very simple system to get money into small business hands. For companies that don't qualify that, we have a economic program of tax incentives to retain workers. And as
whatever. Thank you. I ran to the mailbox real quick. So did they pass the bill? Did the bill pass? Anybody know? There ain't nobody watching. Did everybody leave? What was that? Man, is the president that boring? Everybody left? Well, let me get into the mood. Oh, that's right. We can't use. We don't have that no more. I got my own music. That ain't the best, but it's mine. Well, all right. Even though it's only me and you here. Let's go raid Laura. She says she loves to be raided. And of course, she ain't showing up. Why is she not showing up? Let me do a refresh. Let me do a refresh. There she is. So she ain't already out? All right, then.
So I watched it though, but I will comment. It was really good. You're definitely good. You're a good singer. You're amazing too. Aw, thank you, Aiden. You're sweet. You're very welcome. Hey, Derek, what's up? Hey, you like number 3. How are you? I commented on your video today, too. Is Lisa in? Oh, hi, Lisa. Duh. How are the cotton candy peeps, Cat? Were they good? I got more people than you? Really? People love me. What can I say? The party ones too. I never tried them. I gotta try them. I like Peeps. Actually, some flavored Peeps I like. My mother loves Peeps. I only like certain flavors. The watermelon ones, I don't know if I had sour watermelon, but I had watermelon flavored Peep ones, and it was pretty good. It was green with pink inside. So I don't know if it's the ones that you had, Lisa. What about the chocolate ones? Did you eat the chocolate pudding ones? Those sound good. The chocolate pudding ones sound really good. How were they? You put the president on and everyone laughed, but you laughed, aw. I haven't tried the fruit punch ones. I don't like the regular ones. The regular Peeps I don't like. I like the flavored Peeps better. My mother loves Peeps. She loves them. My mom also likes those snowballs, the Hostess snowball thingies. Those are good too. I don't really like a lot of marshmallow.
You said no alerts regarding the bill
But
passing?
I like fluff. Ha ha ha. Peeps are one of your weaknesses. You're rating me with 2 people? Ah, you're funny. Thank you. Did you? I like the green ones. They have pink ones for breast cancer. They have green ones for St. Patrick's Day. They make them different colors. It's really cool. I never had the purple ones either. What do they taste like? I like the pink ones. You had 7 before the president, LOL. Yeah, nobody wants to hear the president talk, unless they're me. Even I don't enjoy listening to him talking. I love Trump. But that's all I'm going to say. I'm not even going to mention politics anymore. Yeah, the white ones are good too. I got a cat laying in my lap. I can't move. Midnight is sound asleep in my lap right now. I know. No, the Democrats don't. It's not the Republicans that don't, it's the Democrats that don't. The whole House has to sign. They have to all agree on it. Like the entire House, the Dems and the Republicans all have to agree on it. Well, Trump is a Republican and he wants to help us. Yeah, no. We don't do politics. Yeah. I don't really talk politics. I mean, I don't care, but a lot of people don't agree. You know, people like to agree to people like to agree to disagree on that. Are you really, Kat? I'm independent. I'm not Democrat or Republican. I'm independent. I vote for who I like. The Republicans are afraid that the Democrat amendment will make people not want to work. Yeah, probably. I really don't know what's going on because I don't pay attention to it. I mean, I do, but I don't really pay attention to it. I know, me too, Lisa. Okay, let's change the subject, guys. You're done as of this week? Why, Kat?
Go sit down.
Why?
Sit down.
Yeah, I vote for who I like. I mean, I like some Democrats and I like some Republicans. I don't vote neither nor. I usually lean towards Republican when I vote, though. I am not in love with Trump, Cat. My mother's in love with Trump, not me. I can handle when people say bad things about Trump. My mom goes apeshit when she hears people say bad things about him. I love you too, Cat. I'll always love you. You're my best friend. Hello, hello is my best friend. Dave's probably gonna come in because he's off the phone with his girlfriend. Or his lady friend, I should say. I'm watching a movie with Tom Cruise. He's hot. Well, he was hot. It's called Jack Reacher. I've never seen it. But Tom Cruise was hot back then. It's an old movie. "2012, yeah, my God, that was ages ago. 2020 now, holy crap, he was cute then. Jack Reacher, it's called. It's on TNT, if you have TNT, which is channel, I don't know what it is by you, but by me it's channel 43. Jack Reacher, it's called. Oh my God, you're so lucky, Cat. Have you met him? Have you met Tom Cruise? Oh yeah, he's still hot. And his fancy beer, never met him? Have you ever bumped into him in the store? Yeah, but in 2012 he was super hot. Cat, Leonard Duke said he was going back on in a half hour. I don't know if he's going to go on in a half hour, but he said he was coming back on. I'll probably go watch him, but I'm not staying on till 2 in the morning. That's no way. Gotta get some sleep. I'm ugly. Just kidding. Hi, Brian. How are you? His girlfriend lives here? Nice. Who's his girlfriend now? Brian. What's up, Brian? Want to see Midnight? Midnight, everybody wants to see you. They want to see you, Midnight. Look. You see Midnight? Scientology is big. Yeah, really, yeah. I bet it is. You've been off for 5 hours? Wow. Hi, Stephanie. How are you? Thank you for coming in. How have you been? Some Scientology lady. Well, he's Scientologist. Tried to get Katie Holmes to be Scientologist, but she didn't want to. It's Bible study night and you haven't preached anything yet? Wow. I'm Catholic too. I'm 100% Catholic. I'm doing good. Catholic Italian. And I believe that God will get us through this crap. God will get us through. Topic is what the Bible says about hard-headed people. I know a lot of hard-headed people, Derrick. One of them is right in front of me. No, I'm just kidding. That's my cat. Yes, he will. Only God can get us through this. Why the young people won't stop congregating adults. I mean, I just sound asleep in my leg. Oh, she's not sleeping, but I don't move my leg, baby girl. I gotta stretch it out. Last night, my stream wouldn't end. Took forever for my stream to end, so I'm hoping that this one doesn't get shut off on me. Midnight the attack cat, and she's not attacking now. She's a good girl. She's laying on my lap. She's the best. My baby girl is the best. I love her. Until I piss her off. You're right, I'm petting her and her tail is moving, so I'm just going to stop petting her. Her tail is moving really fast and hitting me going like this. So I'm just going to leave her alone and just not pet her. I'll just let her sleep on my lap. She's looking at me too. She just looked at me like, what do you mean, Mommy? What do you mean you're not going to pet me? I want you to pet me. Don't you dare claw me. I know what you're thinking. If you're thinking of clawing me, don't even go there. I know exactly what she's thinking. She's thinking, Mommy, leave me alone. See, look at her. Look at her. Isn't she gorgeous? Isn't she beautiful? There's my baby girl. I love you. I love my princess. Cat, I can't wait for you to meet her. Midnight's gonna love you. She's gonna smell your cat and your dogs. She's gonna be all over you. Cat, when you come to my house in the summer, my cat is, Midnight is gonna be all over you like white on rice. Really, Brian? I thought that they had to go through the whole entire... They all had to agree on it. I didn't think they all agreed on it. So happy I found that spaghetti tonight. Nice. Yeah, we'll do a live stream. That'd be awesome. That'd be so cool. Hopefully this thing will be all over and you'll be able to fly to come see me. California is grounded. There's planes sitting in the plane yard right now. Oh. I thought you were going, for a minute I thought you said you're going to the market with your cat. No. I'm like, you're bringing your cat to the market? Wow. I want to learn I want to put a harness on Midnight and walk her. Midnight, can I put a harness on you and walk you? And go for a walk with Mommy? Go for a walk with Mommy? Can I put you on a harness and take you for a walk? She's looking at me like, don't you fucking dare, Mommy, I'll kick your ass. I wouldn't do that to you, Midnight. Your brother would probably enjoy that more. She's looking at me like she's ready to attack me. Like, I'm trying to sleep here, Mommy, and all you do is talking to me. Leave me alone. Hi, Pie Guy. How are you? Thank you for coming in. No, she's not a dog, but people walk cats. I've seen it. Stimulus money? Yeah. I don't need money because I am not out of work, but one of the DHHS workers in Sanford up in Maine has tested positive for the coronavirus. Oops, sorry. Has tested positive for COVID. And she's, and they're shutting down the Sanford office. And our, that's where our food stamps come from, DHHS. So, if DHHS shuts down, we're screwed. I can't talk tonight. How are you, Pie Guy? I know, I said the C word by accident. We're also not allowed to say the S word. A single person will get $1,200 and a person with kids under 18. Wow. That's it? Oh, $500 a child, okay. $500 a child? Damn. When is that going to start? In May? Minette is looking at me funny. Oops, 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 oops. Oopsie, oopsie. She's looking at me like I'm crazy. Hey, Minette, it's your stream. Talk. Say hi to all my friends. Say hi. Say hi, everybody. Can you see her? Doesn't she look like she's ready to kill me? The look on her face, she's looking at me like she's ready to kill me. I don't know. They're saying in May, Kat. But people can't wait till May. People are suffering. People need the money. It's okay, Derek. I heard not till May, probably April or May. But people need them now. I mean, people need them. People need them now. Kat's out of work till she gets results. My dad's out of work. Well, my dad's getting unemployment, though. My dad's out of work because of his health. He took a leave of absence from work. Yes, at 81 years old, he's still working. He works at the supermarket, the local supermarket. My sister made him take a leave of absence because of his health. Ow! I told you she was going to claw me. You're selling your what? What's your mammoth? What are you selling? Hi, Louis. How are you? Kat, what are you saying? Your mouth? You're selling your mouth? Huh? I am great. I'm selling my mother's house. Oh, okay. You're like, I'm selling my mouth? I'm like, okay. Why are you selling your mouth for? You're selling your mother's house. You will get good money for your mother's house. When are you doing that? Ow! Damn it. Really? I knew she was going to claw me. That's good, Louis. You're right, Dave, the demon cat. She just clawed me for no reason. That's good. I get paid once a month, too. I get SSI and SSDI. So does Robert, but if Social Security shuts down, DHHS in Maine might shut down. And that would really suck. Yeah, Louis, my cat's beating me up. She just clawed me. She didn't hurt me, though. She didn't hurt me. No, Mark. I'm good. Not SDI, it's SSDI. Social Security regular and Social Security disability income. I get both of them. Because of my hip dysplasia and all my other issues. And Robert gets both now too. Yeah, Robert gets both SSI and SSDI now. That's why we can't get married. We have to have a commitment ceremony. Yeah, we can't. We have to have, for this SSDI, I don't know how much he gets. He doesn't get a lot. SSI, he gets like 7 something. SSI, I only get like, I don't know how much I get for SSI, but it's not a lot. SSDI, I get like 6 something. It goes fast. Once my bills get paid, it goes fast. I got the rent. Our rent is like 4 something. And the cable's like 2 something. And it comes out of my account, but then Robert writes a check for both and puts it into my account. Figured it would be easier to do it that way. I know, I'm bleeding, little bitch. It is very low. Like, how are we supposed to live? I mean, he wants to work. Yeah, I always wash my hands. He wants to work, Robert wants to get a job, but now with this crap going on, he can't. You know, like, he can't. He has to wait. I want to get a job too. I just opened up my case with folk rehab again. I was gonna, you know, go get a job. Work part-time. But I can't now with this going on. Everything going up, but not the money. I know, it really sucks because Social Security goes up every year, I believe, automatically. And that goes up, my rent goes up with it. It's not fair. Go back to the movie theater? No, I'm good. Movie theater is closed right now, Kat. I'd go back to the movie theater, but I don't want to work with teens, and they don't have ushers anymore. They only have concession. And that place has changed since I worked there. Hi, Birdie. Thank you for coming in, buddy. I mean, the only good thing about working in the movie theater is I get free movies. That was the only thing good about working in the movie theater was I got free movies. I could, on my break, I could watch movies. I got free movies, and that was good. I saw so many movies when I was working at the movie theater, it wasn't even funny. Yep. How are you, Birdie? How's my buddy? I hope you're feeling better, Birdie. You feeling better now? I hope you're feeling better, Birdie. Birdie's cool. Birdie, how are you? Tom Cruise looks hot without a shirt on. Did I just say that out loud? I did, didn't I? Robert looks hot without a shirt on, too. Did I just say that out loud? I know. There's nobody at the YouTube headquarters, which is why YouTube is acting very strange lately. Is Kim Basinger in this movie? I love Tom Cruise. He's hot. How many times have I said that? Rosamund Pike? No, it's not her. Robert Duvall, Richard Jenkins, Tom Cruise, that's all I need to know. The bots are running everywhere. Yes, they are. Okay, Kat, I love you. Brian, I could just imagine what you did. I could just imagine what you did. Movies are too expensive now to be doing that. I did, I enjoyed it. He's funny. Leonard Duke is awesome. I think he was on earlier. He said he was going back on in like half an hour, so he should be back on soon. So I'm not going to stay on long tonight. I'm feeling okay. I'm glad you're feeling better, Birdie. Don't let shit bother you like that. That's just annoying. Just don't let it bother you. I'm not going to let it bother me. I'm surprised that Streamlabs let me go live again. Where'd Kat go? She said, be right back. Where'd she go? Probably went to walk the dogs. She got 2 dogs and a cat. Midnight, come here, baby. Midnight. Now she's sitting on the chair next to me. Midnight. Hey. Baby girl. Baby girl. She's ignoring me. She's cleaning herself. No, they won't. Haters can hate. Oh, they want the trolls to be gone. Take it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Birdie. Exactly. That's how you got your kids? Wow. In a movie theater, Brian? Oh my goodness. There's better places to do it than in a movie theater, buddy. You had to put PJs on. I've had my PJs on for the past 3 days. My mother came and dropped groceries off. She goes, don't you ever get dressed? I'm like, nope, why should I? I'm like, what's the point? She's like, get dressed, go for a walk, it's nice out. I'm like, no. Yes, I am, Brother Derrick. I need some rum to go with my Diet Pepsi. Yeah, wasn't that cool, Birdie? That was so cool. Megan is adorable. I love Megan. Megan, my little girl. Megan's adorable. I think she has 2, Kat. I'm not sure. It was cool. I think she has a son. Yeah, he went off and then he came back on. Aw, 2 living and 1 in heaven. That was a month ago, right? Or was it March? Was it the beginning of March that he passed away? I don't remember. Robert remembers the date, but I don't. Your second son doesn't live with you? Aren't you lucky? You must be glad about that. Oh, good night. Have a good night, Derrick. You leaving? I'll try to come into your stream. for a little bit. Oh, his birthday was March 16th. Okay, right before the day. Oh, that's right. Duh, how could I forget that? It was the day before St. Patrick's. Oh my God. Could have had a V8. Have a good night, Derek. Thank you for coming in. Lisa, hugs for you. I will tell Robbie you said hi. He's in the bedroom. Apache Heaven Farm. Hi, how are you? Thank you for coming in, buddy. I could raid you anytime. Okay, maybe I will one day. Yeah, I know she did a live. I just remembered.
Oops. Alrighty. Oh, he live. He might flag. I ain't gonna check his live out. He might flag. Alright, let's come back. Alright, now it says $5.01. Before it said 4 something. So hold on, let's do a refresh. What does it say now? Alright, it says $5.01. So we go into the Creator Studio Classic. And it says $5.01. So they're both saying the same thing now. Naya said disobedience. Yeah, I found 2 articles talking about hard-headed people. So I'm gonna do that before it's 11 o'clock. 12 o'clock, it won't be Wednesday no more. So it's really, wait a minute, how can you be here, Naya, and I be here and it's only one person? Something ain't right. Do a refresh. It says one person watching. So if you the one, Naya, and I'm watching, how is there only one person watching? If you watching and I'm watching, how is there only one person watching? Well, we're not gonna worry about it. We got 2 articles here. Actually, I got 3 articles. What? I thought I only had 2. I got 3 articles. I can get them in within an hour. I better be fast. All right. This is a question somebody asked. Why are some people so stubborn? My sister is married to a man who's very stubborn and opinionated, and no matter what the issue, he won't change his mind. Why do some people have to always be right, even when they're obviously wrong? The same way people know they need to stay in the house and won't stay because, I'm not going to get it. Why I got to stay in the house? You stay in the house. I'm not staying in the house. If you stay in the house and I go outside, then won't nothing happen. Isn't that the attitude of some people? And why this daggone disease keeps spreading the way it is? All right, well, somebody answered. I suspect we've all known people like this, and it's admittedly hard to get along with them, unless you always let them have their own way, which may cause even more problems. In reality, however, we all can be stubborn from time to time, and we need to recognize it and ask God to help us overcome it. Why do some people always have to be right no matter what the actual situation? One reason is pride, an attitude that says, I know more than you do, and therefore I am right and you are wrong. But pride is a dangerous thing because it blinds us to our own faults and cuts us off from others and from God. The Bible warns, I will break down your stubborn pride and make the sky above you like a lion. Leviticus 26:19. But I found that stubborn people are often very insecure. They're afraid people will look down on them if they admit they might be wrong. But this is true. This is not true. Most people actually admire someone who's humble and can admit they don't have all the answers. Pray for your sister and her husband. Pray not only for their relationship, but that he will turn to God and humble himself before Christ, who humbled himself for us by dying on the cross for our sins. The Bible says, be completely humble and gentle. Be patient, bearing one another in love. That's Ephesians 4:2. So we can delete that. And let's keep it going. Is it okay? That's the scriptures. Okay, that's why it's 3. Okay, we got some scriptures there to decipher. Let's get to the second one. Somebody asked the question, what does the Bible say about being stubbornness? The answer. Stubborn as a mule is a well-known idiom. The Bible actually mentioned mules in relation to their stubbornness in Psalms 32:9. Do not be like the horse or the mule, which have no understanding, but must be controlled by bit and bridle. When it comes to following God's commands, we should not be stubborn or obstinate or intractable. We must not turn our heads away and stiffen the neck. We must learn to yield and be pliable in his hands. It is not our wish for God to use the bit and bridle on us. The Bible records instances of stubborn mule-like behavior of human beings on occasion. In the Old Testament, Pharaoh was famously stubborn, but his recalcitrance did himself and his nation no good. But stubbornness was also displayed later by the nation of Israel, God's chosen people, who rebelled against God over and over, turning from his love and protection. In fact, the Hebrew word translated stubborn means turned away, morally obstinate, rebellious, and backsliding. The Old Testament relates the sad history of the Jews who stubbornly turned their backs on God, forgot his works, disobeyed his laws, and followed strange gods. In Deuteronomy 9, Moses recounts Israel's stubbornness concerning the golden calf they made at Mount Sinai. At that time, God had told Moses, I have seen this people, and behold, it is a stubborn people. Deuteronomy 9:13. God's anger was so great that he had considered destroying the people completely for their stubborn, stiff-necked ways. That's also in Deuteronomy verse 14. God considered stubbornness so great a sin that he included it in what seems today to be an overly harsh punishment for a stubborn and rebellious son. If a son refused to obey his parents, would not respond to discipline, and led a dissolute life, the parents were to bring him to the elders of his city, and all the men of his town are to stone him to death. You must purge the evil from among you. All Israel will hear of it and be afraid. Deuteronomy 21:21. Stubbornness and defiance of God and his ordained authority is a serious offense, one that can spread like poison throughout a community. The Mosaic law against stubbornness was designed to stop that spread. In the New Testament, we see more examples of stubbornness. When Jesus healed a man with the withered hand on the Sabbath, the Pharisees' hardness of heart grieved and angered Jesus. Instead of praising the Lord for his healing power and acknowledging their Messiah, the Pharisees' rebellious hearts caused them to try to kill him. Mark 3:1-6. As Stephen was closing his speech before the Sanhedrin, he upbraided them for their foolhardy stubbornness. You stiff-necked people, your hearts and ears are still uncircumcised. You are just like your ancestors. You always resist the Holy Spirit. Acts 7:51. When Paul preached to the Jews in Corinth, they continued to reject the message of salvation through Jesus Christ. For 3 months, Paul reasoned with them in their synagogue, but some of them became obstinate. They refused to believe and publicly maligned the way, Acts 19:9. As a result, Paul took the disciples and left the rejectors of the good news in their stubbornness and unbelief. Unfortunately, this is the fate that awaits all those who persist in rejecting Christ. God will eventually turn them over to the hardness of their hearts and no longer plead with them. The sad result of such mulish obstinance is made clear in Romans 2:5. Because of your stubbornness and your unrepentant heart, you are storing up against wrath yourself for the day of God's wrath, when his righteous judgment will be revealed. I bring these up because this is nothing new, what we're going through today. People have always been hard-headed. You can do something great for somebody and they can forget it. Think of the great wonders that the Israelites were witnesses to, and yet they still turned their back. People are hard-headed and they're selfish. Some people can't admit when they're wrong. They'd rather kill you than admit they're wrong. People can't say, hey, I was wrong. It hurts them more to admit that they were wrong than to lose you as a friend. A clerk at McDonald's or at a convenience store will rather lose a faithful customer than admit they was wrong. They'd rather lose their job than admit they was wrong. You got people that's infected with this disease right now who will never admit that they were wrong. The people that went to see the cherry blossoms, now that some of them are sick, will they admit they were wrong for going? For the people that went to the beach in Ocean City, for the people that still going to the beach in Florida, for the people still going to the beach in California, for the people in the other states that still having parties, that still going to the bars, that still riding public transportation, will they admit they were wrong? Only when they in that hospital bed about to die, that's when they'll admit they were wrong. That's when they'll be sorry. That's when they'll admit it. They won't admit it until then. Let's look at the count real quick and see if anything changed from our hard-headed people. 68,203 cases in the state, 1,027 deaths, 394 have recovered. Look at the numbers. New York, 32,966. They about to hit 33,000. 6,618 new cases today. 366 have died. 95 died today. Man. New Jersey, 4,402 cases. They got 727 new cases today. 62 deaths. 18 of them died today. California, 2,098 cases. 998. 430 cases. New cases a day. 432 new cases. 65 have died. 14 died today. Washington, 2,588, the state of Washington. 119 new cases. 132 deaths. 9 died today. Michigan, 2,295. 504 new cases today. 43 deaths. 19 died today. Florida, 1,977 new cases. Total cases, 510 new cases. 23 have died in Florida, 3 today. Illinois, 1,865 cases. 330 new cases today. Total deaths, 19. New deaths, 3. Massachusetts, 1,838. We were just on Laura. We just rated Laura's show. She lives in Boston, Massachusetts. 679 new cases today. 15 deaths. 4 people died today in her state. Louisiana, 1,795. 407 new cases today. 65 deaths. 19 today. Georgia, 1,387. 290 new cases. 47 deaths. 9 today. Texas, 1,155 cases. 132 new ones today. 15 deaths. 3 which were today. Pennsylvania, 1,127. 276 new cases today. 11 deaths total. 4 people died today in Pennsylvania. Colorado, which was doing good. What happened, Colorado? What happened to you, Colorado? 1,086. 174 new cases today. 19 people have died in Colorado. 8 new deaths today. Tennessee, 906 cases. 133 new cases today. 3 total deaths. 1 person died today. Connecticut, where the money is. What's going on with the people in Connecticut? 875. 257 new cases. 19 total deaths. 7 people died today. Ohio, 704 cases. 140 today, new. 11 deaths and 3 died today in Ohio. Wisconsin, 630 cases. 173 today. 7 total deaths. 2 died today. North Carolina, 567 total cases, 69 new ones today, 2 deaths, and they both happened today. Indiana, 477 cases, 112 new infections today, 14 have died, 2 died today. South Carolina, 424 total cases, 82 new, 7 died, and 2 died today. My state, Maryland, 423 total cases, 74 new cases today, 4 deaths, nobody died today. A lot of that increase was them people going, look at them daggone cherry blossoms, and going to Ocean City. Arizona, 401 cases, 75 new cases, 6 deaths, 1 today. Virginia, 391 cases, 101 new cases, 9 deaths, 2 died today. Alabama, 386, 144, no deaths, no new cases. Mississippi, 377, 57 new cases, 5 deaths, 4 of them today. Missouri, 356 cases, 86 new cases today, 8 total deaths, none today. Utah, 346 total cases, 48 new today, 1 death. Nevada, 321, 43 new cases today, 6 deaths, 2 of them were today. Minnesota, 287, 25 new cases, 1 death. Arkansas, 280 cases, 48 new cases today, 2 deaths today. 2 deaths in total, none today. Oregon, 266, 57 new cases, 8 deaths, 3 died today. District of Columbia, 231 cases, 48 new cases today, 3 deaths and 1 died today. Kentucky, 198, 41 new cases, 5 deaths, 1 died today. Oklahoma, 164, 58 new cases today, 5 total deaths, 2 deaths today. Iowa, 145, 21 new cases, 1 death, and it was today. Maine, 142 cases, 24 today, no deaths. New Hampshire, 137, 29 new cases, 1 death. Rhode Island, 132, 8 cases today, no deaths. Kansas, 126, 28 cases today, 3 deaths and 1 died today. Vermont, 123 total cases, 28 today, 8 deaths, 1 died today. Delaware, 119, 15 new cases today, no deaths. New Mexico, 112, 12 new cases today, 1 death, that was a day. Hawaii, 95 cases, 5 new cases today, 1 death. Idaho, 91, 10 cases a day, no deaths. Nebraska, 64, 3 new cases. Montana, 53, 7 new cases. West Virginia, 52, 32 new cases. North Dakota, 45, 11 new cases. Alaska, 42, 6 cases. South Dakota, 41, 11 cases, 1 death, none today. Wyoming, 41, 11 new cases today. Guam, 37, plus 5 new cases, 1 death, not today. Puerto Rico, 51 cases, 12 new today. They locked Puerto Rico down. They still picked up 12 cases and 2 deaths, none today. United States Virgin Islands, 17 cases, and they didn't pick up any. Still 17. Wuhan, repatriated. 3 cases, no deaths. The cruise ship, 46, no deaths. Total, 68,203 people infected that we know of. 13,347 new cases that we know of. 1,027 total deaths. New deaths today. 247 people died in the United States today due to this virus. 247 people died today. Hey, Naya, I see your link. How you doing? Welcome back, driver. And we still got 66,782 cases active in the country today. And people want to be stubborn. And they still want to go out and hang out and go to the bar and get drunk and do all that. And Congress talking about, we don't want to give $1,000 to people in unemployment benefits for 4 months because suppose this go away and the people won't go back to work because they make more money on unemployment for 4 months. This virus ain't going nowhere in no 4 months. We need to lock the country down. Yeah, and they ain't gonna do it. It is sad. Naya dropped the article for it. Let's check it out. This from Naya. That was from Facebook. What does Facebook want? Wednesday has been the deadliest day in reported coronavirus deaths in the United States. We don't need to play the video, man. Just let us read. Y'all gotta bring these damn animation. Let us read. More than 200 deaths from COVID-19 were reported Wednesday in the United States, a new high for fatalities recorded in a single day. The dramatic spike brought the number of COVID-19 deaths since the outbreak reached the United States in late January to at least 928. Sunday morning, less than 4 days ago, the nationwide total was 326. Officials reported 223 deaths Wednesday, an increase higher than any other day. Tuesday saw 164 reports. Experts have said numbers will rise dramatically as more tests are administered and analyzed. At the White House CV Task Force news conference, Trump said the more aggressively we commit to social distancing, the more lives we can save. More than 65,000 people in the United States are now tested positive for COVID-19. Faced with many new cases, leaders make exceptional rules. With the number of positive coronavirus tests increasing sharply each day, states and local communities are having to break or bend the rules to increase the resources to fight the deadly disease. In Texas, for instance, the state will allow medical facilities that are waiting for their licenses or those that have closed in the past 36 months to come online. By waiving these rules, we can quickly bring many of these facilities online to help Texas communities manage their hospital capacity and provide care to Texans in need, Governor Greg Abbott said. There have been almost 1,000 confirmed cases in Texas and 12 deaths. Abbott said the hospitals coming online will be administered by medical centers that have licenses. One rule being temporarily waived is the need for a facility to have a fire marshal's report to get a license. The measures put into effect by government also include releasing people in jail early. At least 200 detainees will be released by Wednesday night from jails across New York City if the people don't pose a threat to the public, Mayor Bill de Blasio said. New Jersey Attorney General Gilbert Gribble told reporters Monday the state will initiate a process by which low-level offenders will be released from jail due to COVID-19 concerns. Medical students answering the call early. Another way officials have been dealing with the crisis has been to call upon retired healthcare workers to return to the hospital. And at New York University, the Grossman School of Medicine has sought students who want to graduate early in response to New York Governor Andrew Cuomo's directive to get more physicians into the health system more quickly. As of Wednesday afternoon, 69 students have volunteered. The school still needs the plan to be approved by the state and education officials. They're going to learn on the job. U.S. doesn't have to become epicenter. There's still time to stop the United States from becoming the next epicenter of the virus pandemic. A WHO spokeswoman told CNN, "The potential is there, but you still got time to turn it around," Margaret Harris said. Though the numbers and cases and deaths continue to grow in the United States, it is possible to reverse the trajectory, she said. You got the best public health brains in the world, Harris said. You got people who can harness technology brilliantly. You got people who can really think out the box. The formula for success is testing people, finding each case are dying, identifying people who come into contact with those that have been infected, isolating those who are ill or have been exposed, and quarantining. Finally getting these people who are ill to treatment, and when you do that, really protect your health workers. Harris previously said the United States had the potential to be the next epicenter based on the very large acceleration in the number of cases. We are overwhelmed to our stocks. California Governor Gavin Newsom, who issued a stay-at-home order last week, said it's unlikely the measure will remain in place over the next 2 or 3 months. I think April for California will be sooner than any of the experts that I talked to believe is possible. The state reported a teenager may have died from COVID-19 Tuesday, while the Los Angeles County Public Health Department said there may be another explanation. The teen could be the first juvenile to die from CV-19 in the United States. A 12-year-old in Atlanta, meanwhile, is showing improvement after her family said Sunday she was fighting for her life. Wednesday, she was coming out of sedation and responding well to her parents. In Louisiana, which Governor John Bel Edwards says is experiencing the fastest growth rate of cases in the world, residents have been ordered to stay home until April 12th. We have overwhelmed our stocks and key resources needed for hospitals, first responders, and emergency managers. There will be a long-lasting impact on the state of Louisiana, he said. Trump on Tuesday approved Edwards' request for a major disaster declaration, which will provide more federal aid for the state where two parishes, Jefferson and Orleans and Metro Orleans, are among the hardest hit in the country. As more states implement stay-at-home orders, Trump isn't planning on a nationwide quarantine. Social distancing guidelines set forth by the federal government this month will expire next week. Among other guidelines, the 15-day pause urges Americans to avoid public gatherings of more than 10 people. Trump foresees a rapid recovery and packed churches all over our country on Easter, he told Fox News on Tuesday. I'm not sure that's going to be the day, but I would love to aim right at Easter Sunday, he said. The U.S. has turned to Italy to understand how distancing measures can help slow the virus spread, a health official said Tuesday. We're looking very closely around the world, specifically Italy right now, because they are reaching their 2 weeks of clear social distancing. And looking at the impact, we are seeing the number of deaths starting to decline. White House coordinator said, who cares? New York surge in cases should serve as a warning for the rest of the country, Governor Cuomo said. We are here today. You'll be here in 3 weeks or 4 weeks or 5 weeks or 6 weeks, he said. What we do here will chart the course. New York has a tally of more than 30,000 cases, several times that of any other state, and a majority of the state cases are in New York City. Cuomo said 12% of New Yorkers who have tested positive are in the hospital, and 3% of those are in intensive care. Cuomo attributed the high numbers to international tourism and the fact that New Yorkers live and work in close proximity to each other. Anyone who has left New York over the past few days should self-quarantine, Burke said. The state and city are making appeals to the federal government for more medical supplies. New York hospitals have enough personal protection equipment for only the next 2 weeks. Cuomo said the state also needs about 30,000 ventilators. As of noon Wednesday, the state had 4,000 ventilators in hospitals and 4,000 more on the way from the federal government. Had purchased another 7,000 and is still shipping, the governor said. The ventilators are the difference between life and death for thousands of New Yorkers. In addition, the state needs another 140,000 beds and 40,000 intensive care beds on top of the roughly 53,000 beds it already has, Cuomo said. Man, that's rough right there. You say that the House members vote again on Friday. So somebody named Brian in Law's chat, he came in here early, if y'all remember. He said that it passed. He said the stimulus package passed. Have y'all heard that? Alrighty, y'all. It's 5:56:21. If it goes over 6 hours, I can't edit the show. So let me stop this show. Are y'all gonna come back? The driver says no. Well, alrighty then. I'll see y'all tomorrow. I'll go ahead and wipe the wrestling. Y'all have a great night. It's 5:57:23. And as Naya would say, I will see y'all soon. Oh, the driver said he'll come back. Well, all right, give me a minute. Give me like 10 minutes. I'll be right back. Let me title a new show.